So,
Go ahead, yeah. Describe what you were describing.
so I was describe Cell or just describe like how Cell came to be or something like
Cell
that.
from Dragon Ball,
I
just
guess.
to clarify for
So
Streep.
okay, so Cell is basically like I don't know how to describe him. I would say he's an android, but no, I don't know. He's more alien than android. So what he does is that he absorbs androids 17, 18. I don't know about 16 though. If you've seen Dragon Ball, you would know who those characters are. But he absorbs them, who these androids are created to basically combat the Saiyans or destroy them. And when he absorbs the two androids, not only does he obtain his perfect form, but he becomes way more powerful than Goku, Gohan, and pretty much everyone in the entire solar system, which is stated in the Dragon Ball manga that Cell has the power to destroy the entire solar system if he wanted to, or the galaxy. So yeah.
So for clarity for stream, the question was, do you think the Ten Tails is going to become a real threat in the future? And I don't remember how we got onto Dragon Ball, but I assume it's relevant.
Well, the main reason why I say that is because there's like lots of Dragon Ball type of references within Boruto, and the scenes are kind of and the scenes are kind of like the fight scenes are kind of just drawn with lots of speed lines similar to what you would see in Dragon Ball. So I was
Ikimoto like verbatim references Dragon Ball for his fights.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully we don't have to guess because the spoilers are dropping.
Yeah.
Is in this case, are you having Code be like a similar character to Cell, or the Ten Tails, or someone else?
Well, I was thinking like, will there be a possibility that Code and the Ten Tails will merge? I'm not saying that.
Yes, there is definitely a possibility. That's what I'm saying. Where I say, at some point, Code will be outed for a greater threat. So, let's say it could just be like, Code absorbs or merges with the Ten Tails. When that happens, either Code becomes someone else, like Ashiki comes back, Shibai comes back, or the Ten Tails just overtakes them and becomes the threat. Like, whenever that happens, I think Code is going to be outed. The Ten Tails is going to be the avenue in which that happens. Basically, the Ten Tails will get rid of Code as a character. And when that happens, there's going to be a new threat. It could be a return of someone. It could be a brand new thing, whatever the case may be. That's kind of how I'm seeing it.
Is it my turn to answer?
Go on ahead.
I like how you ask, will the Ten Tails be a credible threat in the future as thousands of Ten Tails are destroying the world as we know it? So that's my answer. That's like when Obito absorbs a Ten Tails. Hey, do you think Obito's gonna be like a real threat like in the future? Or like, like what do you mean?
Well, it's just like the juvenile.
In that case, though, because in that case, Obito is Code. The Ten Tails is the separate. So what he's saying is like, will the Ten Tails be the bigger? I assume
the Ten Tails is the bigger threat.
Will the Ten Tails
right
be
now.
the bigger thing, or will Code?
It
be the
already
bigger thing?
is.
I assume that's kind of what he's getting at.
Well, it's more so like we don't really know what this Ten Tails is capable of. We can only assume that it's capable of what the original Ten Tails was capable of doing during the Fourth Great Shinobi War. And the lore about that Ten Tails was it has the power to terraform the entire planet and just I don't know if this is verbatim stated, but have the power to mold the world into whatever it wants to. Hold on.
Well, we don't know how the Ten Tails is going to do what it's going to do, but we do know what it's capable of. It's capable of something that's going to be the worst outcome for everyone. So it's a threat greater than Code. And we know like why it's gonna do it. It's because it wants to eat the Otsutsuki, and it wants to wreak havoc or like absorb all life on the planet. We know like with what it's gonna do it. It's gonna do it with like the Rinnegan and the power of the Ten Tails and all natural energy of the chakra that all Ten Tails seem to have. And the god tree, it has like the wooden the paper trails that wrap people up. It can do that. It bites people, turns them into trees. So that's how it does it. And so really, it just depends of how it's gonna do it, of what it's gonna do. Not what it's doing,
the
but
specifics is a gray area. I just am pretty sold on the Code in this aspect will be like Madara, like Kaguya becomes the thing that takes over Madara. Something similar probably gonna happen with Code. Once Kaguya took over Madara, that's pretty much the end of Madara as the bad guy. Now Kaguya, something similar for Code. Someone else, whether it's a Ten Tails literally or it's a Shiki or whoever, I think it's gonna happen with Code. He'll play a similar role.
Yeah.
like this image.
I just want to see Code get some more heat before then. That's all I ask. But,
so you think?
yeah. I don't want that to happen yet.
Yeah, all right.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So his main goal right now is to become an Otsutsuki. But is there a chance that they'll ever like bring back the Tails Jinchuriki?
Yeah, there's a chance. All you need is 0.0000001% chance. Yeah.
I mean, technically, the Ghetto Mazo is the Tails Jinchuriki. If we're being real, like
no, no.
It's just
yes.
It's the Tails without chakra. It's not the Tails Jinchuriki.
No, because the because the Ghetto Mazo can move on its own. So when the Ghetto Mazo's linked up to Nagato and it's connected with its chakra, it's not the Tails Jinchuriki then. It's the Tails Jinchuriki when it has the Tails chakra within it. Otherwise, it's just a lifeless husk.
Okay, no, because before Nagato hooked up with the Ghetto statue, it was moving around like crazy. I don't know how or why, it just does. Maybe it's just because it has so much life force without its chakra, or there's an inkling 1% of chakra left in it. Who knows? But
it probably had the vestiges.
The Ghetto Mazo is the Tails, missing the chakra of the 9 Biju.
It could have been the meeting spot of the tailed beast that Hagoromo made. Maybe it was inside the Ghetto Mazo. That's unironically not a bad theory.
What? No. I don't think that's... I don't think it was inside the Ghetto Mazo.
Like, I think of all places, that's where it would be most likely to be. Like, I can't think of anywhere else that would be more likely.
Naruto meets up with the tailed beast when he's not in the Ghetto Mazo.
He's not physically in there, but he's mentally in there. He's astral projecting his chakra.
Know. Like, in Boruto, do you think Naruto was mentally inside the 6-pass Chibaku Tensei on Kaguya's dimension just to speak to them?
It's possible.
I don't think so. It's possible, sure. If I had to pick, no. I think they just have a mind space. The same way Kurama just has a mind space. I think it's kind of the same thing. They just have one.
Yeah.
But Kurama's mind space with Naruto only exists because he's sealed within Naruto.
Why the Ghetto Mazo can just like move around without chakra? My only guess is just it has so much life force that it just is alive still.
It could be a Rinnegan ability.
Literally, verbatim, has a crap load of life force.
Because
even without
it's not even a summoning jutsu. So, like, it gets summoned, but it is a Rinnegan ability. So I do think you can just control it with the Rinnegan in general.
Yeah, like a Rinnegan user can control it.
Yeah, like without any tailed beast, I think a Rinnegan user could just control it in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Obito literally was controlling it with the tailed beast out of the Ghetto Mazo. I guess except for Shukaku was in there, but either way, yeah.
In fact, you could argue
he doesn't have the greatest control over it, but he is like using it to do the Soul Dragon thing on Hanzo's men without any tail beast in there.
Well, maybe that's the reason that Obito got the Rinnegan in the first place, considering we know that it takes a lot of chakra. He was going mad just from one, and then he says that he's not going to use the Rinnegan abilities because it's a waste of chakra against these people that know how to counter it. But he specifically went against Naruto in the first place, so he knew where he was going. Which is weird how he just knew where Naruto was, but whatever. Maybe there's a chakra sensing thing we saw off screen.
It could have been a coincidence that he found him so quickly. I don't know.
I mean, I understand Naruto could find him, but him finding Naruto is another story. That could also be a Rinnegan ability.
I don't know that he actually knew exactly where Naruto was. He may have just been like guessing and Naruto is heading towards him and then they just found each other.
I mean, if Naruto wasn't going after him, where is he going?
Just looking for him. I mean,
okay, but what if okay, but again,
that,
Naruto knows where he
like,
is.
We do know that. I mean, in the case of Nagato, it's either from his Rinnegan or like Karin, he can just sense people because he's the one who sensed where Kabuto was.
But like Naruto's faster than him, so like he could just run away from him forever if he wanted to.
I mean, honestly, this is just an okay. I'm gonna be real here. So Obito. Okay, there's other aspects to this, but the whole fourth Great Ninja War was kind of silly to an extent because Obito doesn't need to draw out the Jinchuriki. Like, he knew where Naruto was in the Leaf Village. He knew where Killer Bee was in the Cloud Village. Like, Kisame just found Killer Bee while he's just off in the woods chilling. Like, it's not hard to find these guys, so there's no point in the war. Just go fight him.
To be fair, Killer Bee was only in the woods then, like, to escape the Cloud Village, essentially, because he wanted them to think that he's dead for then, just that he could escape in the first place.
That's what I'm saying. But Kisame still found him.
Well, okay, but that's like a special scenario, though.
Okay, either way, though, if Killer Bee's not... Okay, but, like... Okay, first of all, for Killer Bee, like, if Kisame's mission wasn't to just get intel, he could have hypothetically beaten Killer Bee. Granted, the Raikage showed up, but...
Well, to be fair, he did beat Killer Bee. The only reason Killer Bee wasn't taken is because of Samehara.
And because it was also... You can even argue that, honestly, part of the problem is the fact that Zetsu was holding it. Like, granted, Samehara probably would have been... Well, no, because the thing is, if Kisame, being serious Kisame, just doesn't unmerge with Samehara, Samehara's probably not going to jump out of him and betray him just yet. Like, he could just keep beating him up a little bit more first, because he doesn't knock him unconscious yet. Because the whole plan is to, like, fake his death and all this shit. Yeah. So, like, he stopped short. But if he just knocked Killer Bee out and doesn't continue to attack him, he might be able to just drag him back. Like,
dude, he should have just tried the same tactic that worked against Sasuke. Just, like, have Samehara cut off, like, a tentacle that's, like, transformed into him and then just hide somewhere.
Yeah, honestly. But, I mean, that might have been his plan if push came to shove, but...
Yeah, okay.
Either way, my point, though, is Kisame has the ability to beat Killer Bee, especially if A doesn't show up. Now, Obito probably could take on, especially if he takes the Rinnegan, he's probably able to take on Naruto before he masters Kurama's chakra, especially if he brings the Geto statue and 8 Biju with him, you know what I mean? Like, he'll probably do it. So why bother with the war?
What's extra weird to me in that case, though, isn't Obito's standpoint, it's Naruto. Because what's the very first thing he does after Itachi tells him don't shoulder the war on his shoulders by himself and to, like, let his friends help him? He goes to confront Obito alone, essentially.
Well, no, Killer Bee's there, but...
Okay, Killer Bee's there, but Killer Bee's more so chasing after him than anything.
I mean,
not
yes
really.
No, but at the same time, though, it's not him trying to do everything anymore because he wanted to stop the Edo Tensei and literally everything. And Itachi's like, no, you go after Madara, I'll take care of the Edo Tensei. Like, they're already divvying out the work. He's not doing everything alone at that point. He does do a lot, but, like, he's not doing everything. Some things he entrusts to others.
But also trusting others is like the opposite end of that, because the 5 Kage were essentially trying to shoulder Madara on their shoulders alone and telling Naruto to get out of there instead of having Naruto help them. And then Naruto could have been Itachi to them.
Again, it's let us handle Edo Madara, you handle fake Madara. Like,
okay, so again,
like,
but no. I see what you're trying to do.
On one perspective, it's like, Naruto, don't waste your energy on this. We got this. Save your energy for that. And there's also the 5 Kage pride aspect, but where they want to do it as the 5 Kage. But ignoring that, like, yeah, Naruto, don't waste your energy here. Save it for over there.
Man, the Raikage is really the reason they lost anyways. Bro said, yeah, I do want... Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, I do want you to use your Susanoo on your 25 clones. Yeah, sure. Great.
I mean, that's a good what if. Like, What if they just said like, no, we don't want you to use Susanoo? Would Madara honor it? Like, would he be like, wow, you freaking losers, I'm using on you for being cowards? Or would he be like, okay, like, what would he do?
I think he does say weakness disgusts him, but at the same time, I do think he would respect it. Because even though he did hate Tobirama, but he did respect Tobirama because of his power.
Yeah, but we're also like, I mean, like, he does tell Onoki, what adult goes full force on children? Like, if he thinks you're weaker, he won't go all out on you. So if they, like, blatantly admitting, like, yeah, you're way too strong, he might just hold back. Like, okay, I'll hold back.
Yeah, he did already say that they are weaker or whatever, but he also, well, I'm not going to say he wasn't not holding back against the Alliance, but he was still dropping meteors on their head, so it didn't really matter. Him holding back is still way stronger than all of them anyways, so again, it didn't matter. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like, technically speaking, yeah, well, to be honest, that one Naruto Shadow Clone wasn't going to make the difference against Madara, but if the whole Naruto was there, that'd be, like, a different thing. Like, yeah, technically Naruto should be, like, fighting him, but, like, I mean, yeah, actually, he should be, because Obito's the one who's going to suck out his chakra with the Geto statue. So, yeah, you might as well just not go there. He's the one to be weary of.
Yeah, literally anywhere else. Like, if anything, don't confront Obito. Just do what you were already doing and help out the rest of the Alliance, who are still actively in need of help.
I would do on that, because that is smarter. Like, save all your friends first, so that they can all fight Obito together. Like,
exactly. Like Itachi was telling him to do. Like, I think Naruto...
Well, no, I don't think it's necessarily, like, anti what Itachi said. It's more so that he probably could have actually just been smarter about it by, like, saving Obito for last.
I agree, but also the 5 Kage losing should have been expected.
Everyone else, he just also fights Obito at the same time. He should have not done that part. Like,
but like the 5 Kage losing, Naruto should have seen it coming, because it's essentially what Itachi was warning against. They did not essentially really. What because Itachi was saying not to do, and then they lost. I mean, okay, it is 5 people fighting each other. That's besides the point.
But the difference is, it's not like one person shouldering it alone. It's 5 people.
Okay, well, it could have been 2. Okay, but in that case, Naruto was never alone with Itachi. He was always with Killer Bee in the war.
He was with Killer Bee, but Naruto wanted to do it himself. He's like, it's my responsibility to do this. I gotta do everything. That's what he's literally saying. He's like, no, don't do that.
Okay, but he was also, like, doing teamwork with Killer Bee and stuff.
It wasn't Itachi trying to do it himself. It was Itachi and Shisui trying to do it. But when Shisui died, no, technically, yeah, Obito helps the massacre. But that's not the point that Itachi did that. But,
honestly, I think Obito killed most people there. I think like 60.
Because he asked Obito, that's why he succeeded in the massacre part. But he failed in terms of doing it in a peaceful way, because he tried to come up with the idea by himself. Either way, I don't think I do agree that technically speaking, have Naruto and B help the 5 Kage against Madara and just ditch Obito.
Well, Naruto was already using teamwork with Killer Bee, though. In fact, to get off Turtle Island, he was forced to use teamwork with Killer Bee in, like, the best kind of way. And then he was using teamwork, like, all throughout the war anyways.
He wasn't, like, trying to kick Killer Bee away from him. It's just more so the concept of him trying to shoulder everything himself.
But also that doesn't really make sense. Again, because he learned that from Nagato. So unless you agree that Nagato taught him a bad lesson there.
Nagato taught him what?
Because why would Naruto want to shoulder it all himself when he has Killer Bee there to help him out? Like, that's, if anything, that's, like, selfish or whatever. But again, this after the Waterfall of Truth, so he should be, like, an innocent, pure version of light Naruto. And so where's this coming from?
That's nothing to do with trying. It's not Naruto being, like, a dickhead.
It's Naruto being like Madara.
Yeah, but not because of hatred. Like, the Waterfall of Truth thing was overcoming hatred within himself. Naruto doesn't want to shoulder it by himself because he has hatred for anyone. That's not why. It's a responsibility thing.
Well, yeah, he wants to protect people.
Him to do it all himself. You could argue that after the Pain arc, Naruto started developing, like, the feeling that he needs to do it because, like, he's the one who's going to bring about peace. He's the one who's going to save Sasuke, and it got into his head that he's got to do it himself. And that's not because Nagato directly taught him that. That would just be like a side effect that happened to happen, you could say.
I'll take that as a concession. Nagato for the L.
No,
it's his
not
fault.
Nagato teaching him that. Like, that's not a lesson Nagato taught.
If Nagato
That's
never
something
existed, Naruto would have never
slowly
got that
developed.
lesson.
Because I can also just argue it's not because of Nagato, it's just because of the Sasuke part. Because, like, just as much. Because Sasuke taught him that. Like, so I don't think any one person is at fault there.
No, I disagree because he said he was going to die with Sasuke under the 5 Kage.
He also says, I'll handle Sasuke myself. Not
yeah,
Kakashi,
so that he and Sasuke
Sakura.
will die together. Why? Not because he wants to handle it himself, but because they're friends.
Yeah, but he is trying to handle it himself still.
It's irrelevant. It's a completely different conversation.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. He's trying to do it by himself.
If anything, he wants to do it with Sasuke then.
No, he's trying to handle Sasuke by himself. And
yeah, he's trying to handle Sasuke with Sasuke.
He's thinking might happen.
Because both he and Sasuke are going to die. It's not one or the other. It's both of them. Together.
Yeah, but that's not... Okay.
He uses the word Ishoni. That means together in Japanese.
Okay, so for example, when... trying to think of... Because... trying to think of once where they both die. Because, like, of course, in Datara's case, like, Sasuke doesn't die, so I want to use that example.
Yeah, Sasuke tried to do it by himself against Datara.
Like, killing himself, and... Oh, yeah, so, Mu,
Mu.
I mean, we didn't see the context, but...
Mu of all
Mu in,
characters!
Mu and the Sekatsuchi Kage, Gengetsu, killed each other.
Go ahead, I'll give you time
to
work this out in your head.
Just kills themselves, and in return it kills their opponent. Like, I feel like every time someone didn't die or something else happened,
but
like,
they didn't mean they didn't go into that fight thinking they were going to die. They just both killed each other.
Let's just pretend for a moment that Datara killed Sasuke for the sake of this example.
Okay.
Just so I can make it an easy example.
Yeah.
Okay, so Datara actually succeeds. He kills Sasuke.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that he and Sasuke handled it together. I would say that Datara handled Sasuke at the cost of his life.
Okay, but Naruto wasn't trying to handle Sasuke. He was trying to handle the hatred.
He says, I'll handle Sasuke.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to overcome is his hatred. But even then, though, like, the whole death thing is more so like, when Sasuke's like, you're going to die. It's like, okay, then we'll die together. Like, it's... Obviously, at the end of Shippuden, Naruto's not thinking, yeah, I'm gonna die with Sasuke right now. Like, he's not remotely thinking that. There's no evidence of that. It's more so just like, if I die, then we're both dying. Like, I'm gonna handle your hatred, we'll die together. If anyone's gonna die. His goal isn't for them to die, obviously. It's not his plan. That's just like, if I die, you're dying too.
There's no evidence. You could argue that it's in the back of his mind, though. Like, it's not that far removed from the 5 Kage Summit. But it's mostly, I think, because of more relevant themes. Like, oh, I'm not Indra, and he's not Ashura either, or the other way around. He's thinking, no, well, we're not going to die just to prove them wrong. He's, like, basically spiting Hagoromo.
Yeah. Well,
but I do think a part of him is still thinking the 5 Kage Summit thing as well. At the very least, he hasn't forgot it. Like, it's on his mind, whether he believes it or not. Whether it's, like, out of guilt or remorse or just in his mind neutrally. It's still there.
I think if there was a point where Naruto thought that was going to happen, it's probably during their big-ass explosion in Dressero versus the Rasen Shuriken.
Okay, well, that's more of, like, a holy crap moment, not like a, all right, Sasuke, let's die together.
Hey, I mean, I think once he survived that, I don't think Naruto thought he was going to die. Like,
oh my gosh. If anything, I would think the final clash would be where he thinks, or like when Sasuke says, "You're my closest friend," when he's like Chidori had over top.
Like, yeah, I ain't dying. Like,
man, that's how chapter I think 698 ended, with Sasuke saying, "You're my closest friend," as Naruto's on the ground out of chakra with Sasuke with the Chidori in his hand. Like, that was a crazy end of the
Yeah,
chapter.
but I mean, Kurama gives him chakra. I don't think Naruto thought he was gonna lose. I think Naruto had confidence. Plus, I mean, he survived the Rasengan versus Chidori clash like 900 times. I don't think he thought that was gonna be the one that killed him.
Bro, Kurama gave him the last of his chakra like twice. Stupid.
Like 500 times.
Like, Sasuke absorbed all of it, and then immediately after, Kurama's like, here's the last of my chakra.
Yeah. He didn't absorb all. He absorbed what Kurama just gave Naruto, but he still had like a tiny bit left.
Yeah.
That's why he wasn't asleep yet.
But mine
Man, I
is
gotta
funnier.
pee so bad, but it's raining, so I don't want to pee in the rain. I had to get back.
I mean, I would imagine you
shoes
would
are
want
also
to
getting wet.
not pee outside in general, but okay.
In the darkness of the rain, yeah. Kind of spooky.
You're
But
outside
I'm
when
like
it's
10
raining.
minutes.
Crazy.
All right, I'll hold it.
Oh my
I'm gonna walk
god.
fast.
Run. That's what I do sometimes. Those freaking bats were chasing after me.
It's kind of funny. I saw some bats the other day flying across my neighborhood.
Where's the funny part?
I mean, that's kind of
I
goofy.
was,
Yeah, like, I guess.
Were you just thinking of
Bats.
Halloween and vampires and stuff? Were you thinking of Code?
I was thinking about Halloween.
Yeah, Code,
Oh,
the vampire.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, pretty much.
Colonial pirate. No, what's the P word?
The colonial founding father vampire.
Founding father vampire. But there's a P word. Pioneer? Is that the
Pilgrim.
one?
Pilgrim.
Pioneer.
Pilgrim. That's it.
Pilgrim.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
I knew
He's
it was
got a
a
little
P.
pilgrim in him, a little bit colonial in him, a little bit of founding father, but especially the vampire. He is
No.
one with the vampire.
I've always wondered why did they never explore Code's character?
Because they haven't gone to it yet.
I know, but I really feel like that was a missed opportunity in part one.
I feel like there was a million missed opportunities part one. That's because the manga is fast-paced on purpose, so the anime can cover its gaps. And then the anime doesn't do it, which is the most annoying thing ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think they should just not, no offense, I think they should just ditch the fast-paced thing. I want the story to be good in the manga. Like, not to say that's bad, but like, instead of an 8 out of 10, I want it to be a 20 out of 10. Like, I just want the manga to be as good as it can be. I don't like the idea of, let's make the manga less good just because. Like, just make it good. Like,
Yeah.
make it as good as you can. There's no point. Like, I get, oh, it's so hype. Okay, I'm gonna be honest though. If the story is compelling, it's compelling. People are interested. It doesn't need to be insane fight after fight. It doesn't. There's plenty of successful manga that don't do that. So I don't think that's necessary.
Oh, I don't
I just
like
think that
filler. I
there are
want a
some
faithful
characters-
adaptation. Shut up. No, you don't. It's a terrible adaptation if it's a faithful adaptation.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, some of these manga stuff, I'm like, no offense, the manga is skipping over a lot, and if it's a faithful adaptation, you're gonna be like, that's kind of lackluster.
And like, do
we
these
could've
people
done
not
so
know
much more.
what the word adaptation means? Look at the word adapt. To change. Like, she's stupid.
Yeah, like, it's an adaptation. Like, the fact that it's an animated thing is a change. It's never gonna be the exact same. Do you
Mhm.
just want pictures, like,
Literally.
still frames?
Black and white
Cross-fading in
anime.
and out?
Do you want the like Naruto episode like freaking 495, the end credits preview, the special one? What was it? It was 474. That's what it was. Yeah, 474.
It's near the end. I remember we looked at it at one point in the
Yes.
podcast.
It's 474.
Yeah.
But like, yeah,
Might
I
have been
mean, it's
478.
just, especially in the case of
476.
like Boruto, I'm like, I want the extra because I feel the manga isn't adding it. Granted, I do think Kishimoto generally has, I think Kodachi was better when it came to like the intense hype moments are back to back to back to back. Granted, there's times where it slows down, but generally speaking, a little bit more of that. Kishimoto does do more slowing it down, character building stuff, on average anyway. But even then, I'm like, I want more a lot of times. Chapter 80, the prime example of wanting more.
Yeah, it was. and it's kind of funny because I was watching your video about before entering the time skip, like there are some problems that were not like there are some issues that weren't resolved before entering the time skip, and
the idea of just coming back to it. Sorry to cut you off, but like I'm gonna use Himawari as an example. Sure, we got Himawari's reaction. I don't want that 3 years after the fact. I want it when it happens. I don't want to see Sakura's reaction to Naruto not bringing Sasuke back after the time skip. I want to see it before the time skip. I don't want to see Naruto's reaction to losing after the time skip. I want to see it before the time skip. Like, I want to see it when it happens, not 3 years later.
Yeah.
Same with the Sparta and Sumire and Ada conversation. That shouldn't be happening 3 years later. That should have happened the next day. Like,
yeah. It's just like when I was looking, it's just like looking back at the manga, I was like, why did they never explore upon this? Why did they never touch upon this? Because like Himawari is definitely going to be affected by this just as much as Kawaki and Boruto is, because those are her parents being sealed into another dimension and being allegedly
killed.
dead. Yeah, killed. So it's like, okay, how is she gonna feel about the situation? Is she going to be like depressed? Is she going to be, sad? Stuff like that. Like, I really want to know what's going on with her mental state. We see that in the future, in 3 years, she's not like angry or pissed at Boruto, but she kind of remembers all the things that Kawaki Boruto did. So it was like, okay, we know that Himawari is still that sweet little girl that we have seen in part 1. I mean, it's not bad. I'm not saying she isn't supposed to.
I expected that reaction from her. Like, her reaction is exactly what I expected. I just think that it sets seeing her react to that way sets the tone for her motivation going into the time skip versus retroactively explaining something. It's the difference between proactive versus reactive. Yeah. The way they handled the time skip was insanely reactive rather than being proactive. But generally speaking, you can do that here and there. That's fine. But it's not something you want to do a lot in a story. You want to build it up proactively, not do something and then keep going back to explain what you did, like reactively. That's not an ideal thing to do very often. I don't think it was a good idea in this case whatsoever. There's like 15 different things that they did that with, and some things just they didn't explain. At this point, the Kawaki panel was probably a retcon. They just changed how it was drawn for some odd reason, and that's stupid. The dumbest retcon in Naruto, I think. It's pointless. Just fucking draw it the same way. Not that hard. It's stupid, I'll admit, but it's probably the most annoying thing to me because it's just like that retcon didn't need to happen. All he had to do was draw a horn and a little bit of blood and make his arm look normal. It's not hard. He's drawn the image before. He can literally tie it out and paste it into the next page. That's all he had to do.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were ever going to see something like that happen, because chapter 75 kind of just revealed to us what was going to happen as, like, we were looking at the tablets of the future or fragments of it, and we see Kawaki in his karma stage with his horns and everything, and we see blood all over his face. I was kind of hoping that we would see, some more of that, in chapters 79 or 80, some intense battle before part 1 wrapped up. I was kind of hoping to see something like that. And we didn't really get that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was just like, dang, like, I don't think we'll ever see who Kawaki killed. But
I don't think Kawaki killed. I mean, initially, my theory for that scene was that's when Boruto got the scar. Mm-hmm. It wasn't that exact moment, but generally speaking, I was right. That was the scene. So that probably is the chapter 78 scene where he gets the scar. Not that a specific moment, but like that general time anyway. But it's just like, Now you can argue, oh, Boruto's future was changed. That's why Kawaki doesn't use the horn, actually. It's because his future was changed, and that's why MomoShiki's wrong, and blah, blah, blah. That would be fine. But if that's the case, MomoShiki should have said something sooner, like, hey, that's not... Wait, well, hold on. This is happening different, but hopefully it'll be okay. Like, he should make note at some point, like, he says, like, oh, it wasn't supposed to go like this, but, like, we don't know what he's referring to. Is it just Boruto's reaction, or is it the actual scenes we saw? Because as far as we're aware, the scenes we saw are the same. Nobody says, hey, that Kawaki moment was different from the one I saw. MomoShiki doesn't comment on that, which makes me think that it wasn't different. It's just a retcon. So it is different, but it's not, like, quote-unquote different. Something else was different. And it's just like, if you're going to say his future was changed, we should get more of a discussion of that. MomoShiki should say what was different and, like, why he's pissed about it. Or, you know, like, it's just... it was so bad.
I was like, okay. I was like, okay, well, you know, we won't ever see that scene again. But, you know, and it goes back to what I was saying about how Boruto knows about the Ten Tails. Like, some people speculate that Boruto went back in time to go see the Ten Tails during the Fourth Great Shinobi War, which I don't think that would be needed for Boruto to go back to see what the Ten Tails was capable of doing back then. Some people say Sasuke may have told him that information. I would likely believe that, but I'm kind of like
depends
on
what the
iffy
information
side.
is.
It has to be
That's
something new, because it can't be something we saw before, because we already know that that didn't lead to the end of everything, basically.
Exactly. So, like, it should be something new, and if that's the case, why does Sasuke know about it? Like, why do the fans not know about it if Sasuke knows about it? That doesn't make sense. So, like, Boruto should have somehow figured this out. Maybe with Sasuke's help, that's fine. But it should be like a new piece of information to Sasuke. Otherwise, like, why doesn't Code know about it, for that matter? But then it's like, how? I will say, as far as the time travel thing, I would hate it coming out of nowhere like that. Absolutely hate it. I guarantee the fans would be hyped because that's a hype thing. Oh, Boruto went back in time. I'm like, this is stupid, but a lot of people are gonna love it because it's hype.
We could finally answer the whole missing, like, the whole silhouette thing back in the fight between.
I will say, it looks like Urashiki. If I gotta pick someone, it looks like Urashiki, not Boruto. But I'm not gonna say it is Urashiki.
That's what I most wanted to be.
It does look like him.
Yeah.
Some people say it could be Jougan. Some people say it could be just be Sakura. I don't
Make
believe
it
It's the funniest one to me. Like, Jougan's just watching.
If that was Jougan, then we can totally just throw the whole time traveling thing out of the window. I would say it could be Jougan because
I'll at least say is Urashiki knows about what happened with Kaguya versus Naruto and Sasuke. Like, at the very least, we could say, oh, he watched it. That's how he knows. Like, that would make sense. But it's also like, why did he just, like, do nothing? He's like, I'll just go tell other people.
What are y'all discussing right now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just curious.
Who do you think is the silhouette in, like, the Kaguya thing? Kaguya's dimension
battle between
in the manga.
You know, where Obito and Naruto were kind of just like, you know,
the background
text
character,
where it was,
the shadow.
Yeah, the background character. Yeah. I'm guessing that would be in, like, the 600s, 690s, I believe.
Well, maybe not that far, but yeah.
It's 680. Yeah, no, because 690 Kaguya seal, so it's 680 something. I think like 686 or 7 or 8 or something. Yeah. It's, I think, when Obito's hit by the
it is
bone, the ash bone. I think it's like around when he gets hit and Naruto and him are talking. Zetsu's talking shit to him. I think it's around that time. Just a guess. I don't know if that's actually right, but I think it's around then.
I will say it doesn't make sense for it to be Jougan. I mean, it makes, of anything, it makes the most realistic sense because we know Jougan should be alive and, like, he doesn't like Kaguya.
But, like, there?
Well, not
instead of on Earth.
Well, why he's there is because, well, I mean, why are any of them there? Because Kaguya changed the dimension around them. It's not that Kaguya, like, warped them specifically elsewhere. It's that she changed.
Well, it is though, because no one else is there.
No,
Everyone
I understand,
from
but
the
it was
Infinite
just
Tsukuyomi
it was
is on
it was the space around them though, is what it's described as. So it's the space in her immediate proximity. I know it's the space in her immediate proximity.
In proximity at that moment.
Well, I'm saying
Kage,
Jougan sees Infinite Tsukuyomi. He goes out to check or whatever because it's crazy. He goes to whatever the chakra sources be, or anything. He goes to Ten Tails at least because they're freaking Ten Tails. He goes to Infinite Tsukuyomi. He goes to Tails Jinchuriki. He goes to wherever, whatever large chakra source you want to say. He goes to Madara when Madara absorbs all the freaking chakra on Earth. Sure, he goes to there, and then he sees Kaguya. And he hangs out for a minute because he's waiting for Kaguya to get weaker. But then my question is, why doesn't he step in and kill Kaguya if Kaguya is weakened? If it's him, because he should hate Kaguya. Well, it could still be the clan law to not kill Otsutsuki, but I think at this point Jougan is against the clan
I don't think
anyways.
Jougan cares about that.
Yeah.
No.
I think he's already rogue.
For Shiki, if I was gonna give an explanation, he's just trying to figure out what the hell happened with Kaguya. And can coincidentally, he's checking out her dimensions, and she just happens to go there and start fighting, and he's just watching, like, oh, there she is. That would be my, I guess, explanation for why Shiki would be there.
If it is
the thing about
Jougan,
Boruto going back in time is, it's like, what is he learning from this fight?
Yeah,
like, what
it could be learning something about Kaguya, because we
him.
do need to get more about Kaguya in the future to make her a tragic character in Boruto. She does need to come back in some sort of sense. Because they've made her relevant again.
Yeah, but like,
but then
what about the fight? It's like, what is he learning from the fight?
Well, he's
that we can't figure
going
out?
to learn something about her, not something from the fight itself. He's just going to the time when she's alive.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, Kaguya had children. This is how she feels about her children.
To do that was like when Hagoromo and Hamura fight her, not when Naruto and Sasuke do it.
I don't know what the relevance or the difference there would be.
Because in the case of at least you could see how Kaguya merges with the Divine Tree to become the Ten Tails in the Hamura and Hagoromo situation, and that could be like a hey.
Oh no! I'm not talking about
what Ten Tails are.
No, I'm not talking about relevant to the Ten Tails. I'm not talking about relevant to the plot. I'm talking about relevant to Kaguya, the character, and the story. So like, what is personable to Kaguya that we need to learn?
From back then too.
Well, like for example, the reason she betrayed Jougan. It should have something to do.
Back in time again.
Well, again, I know you're saying, oh, we should just go see it then. But I mean the reason, not like why it happened, but why it needed to happen from Kaguya's perspective, and we would get that through the tragedy explained through this fight of how she feels about her children or whatever.
I've watched that fight, and I don't see how that told me anything for why she betrayed Jougan.
Okay, but again, Boruto's probably gonna be there with someone, with something, Sasuke or the Ten Tails or something.
I don't think that could be the case.
But in the silhouette, it looks like one person.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, okay, how does Boruto time travel? If this is Boruto, then the turtle, but then we also realize, but then we don't even know if the turtle even exists in the manga continuity.
Yes, it does. Don't give me that.
I don't think that it exists.
Okay, so Immortal Phoenix, if I ask you, in Boruto's manga, is Onoki alive? What is your answer? Yes or no?
Yes. But
so the anime isn't canon.
I mean, I don't know. It's just
Onoki is dead in the manga is basically where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
Okay, do you think Shisui canonically has a Susanoo?
I believe he should have a Susanoo.
Do you think he does?
Yes,
do you think
he
Shisui
does.
has a Susanoo? Yes. Okay. Do you think it's green, and do you think he has the Lancer Sphere?
Okay, I'm gonna say something real quick. It's okay. In the examples you're giving with Naruto, it is a little bit different because in Boruto's case, the anime is just verbatim saying like, "Yo, this is canon. Like it is. Don't get it twisted. It's canon. Everything that happens here is real." Meaning that like, yeah, Onoki is dead. That is canon to Boruto. I do think the Storm games were considered canon, so this might be the same situation. But if they weren't, hypothetically, we'd be like, well, nobody said that necessarily is canon, so it doesn't have to be. It could just be a made-up thing. Like, I don't know that the Storm Connection games with Naruto and Sasuke fighting each other and this random pain worshipper dude is considered canon.
Okay, it's absolutely going to be canon. Don't be crazy about it. But there's a very specific reason I bring this up, both of these examples for very different reasons. The first example, I'm going to say the Shisui one. Okay, well, yeah, it's the Storm Revolutions, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But Kishimoto, because, okay, here's the difference. Kishimoto, he didn't make the video game. Hey, no involvement as far as I know. Okay, the 20 characters that he did in the poll recently, he drew Shisui with the green lance from his Susanoo. So
yeah, so like that would count. Like, I think that's a fair thing to say.
Yeah, because Kishimoto himself, unless you want to say it's the biggest coincidence in the world, he clearly got that from the video game, which either he was involved with in the first place, making it canon, which it was already said to be canon, the cutscenes, or he's retroactively making other things that he wasn't involved with canon to keep the continuity of the series more so intact. Which speaks on
or just because you liked the idea so much, you said, you know what, I want that to be canon. Like,
okay, well, that speaks more on his mindset today. What he's going to do now. He's going to make things, quote-unquote, their filler, into canon to make the continuity the same.
Like, for example, that silhouette could just be a drawing error, but he might decide, you know what, I'm going to make that thing canon. Like, just because it's such a big thing. He's like, you know what, I want it to be something. Like, he could do that.
The other example with Onoki, so we know he should be dead because, again, the Boruto manga has referenced the filler arc of the field trip, and that was an anime only thing, but it's in the manga. It's off screen in the manga, but it's still in the manga. Why is it in the manga? Because it was in the anime. If that anime arc never happened, Boruto doesn't have that line.
Well,
and that was also in
novel. It was in a novel first.
Yeah,
it also was referencing, but
was it?
I was
Which
going to say
novel?
it was from the
as far as I'm aware. I don't know in terms of the timeline. The anime may not have even gotten to that yet. By the time the manga mentioned that line, I don't know. But either way, yeah, it's canon.
It had, yeah.
I'd say I don't know. Like, I'll believe you if it did. But
well, that's why.
Either way, yeah.
Because I remember that's like a huge thing on YouTube at the time. Oh my god, they retroactively made it canon, but that doesn't make sense. It's filler. How could they do this? Freaking YouTubers crying about it.
It just was canon.
Yeah,
like they said it was canon to begin with, but
they always canon. In the anime they tend to foreshadow things that are potentially going to happen.
Oh, actually, yeah, I sent an image of something Naruto explained, put on Instagram, that just showed like an anime opening with a bunch of small details that no one paid attention to until after the fact. I thought it was interesting.
And then Kamui, I think you saw just the other night I was arguing with someone in the cloud about Boruto dying in the Funato arc. But I was like trolling him hardcore.
Well, I saw you trolling someone. You trolled Zay about something.
Yeah. It was I don't think I saw what you're talking about. Well, no, it was that. It was just I wasn't saying that. He wanted me to say it, but I wasn't saying it because
I think I just did. Well, I didn't read the whole thing. I don't think either. But
fair.
You'd have to explain more about what you're talking about.
So he's saying that Sarada has never seen Boruto die, and I'm saying Sarada has seen Boruto die in the continuity of the manga because the Funato arc just happened off screen. Just because it's filler doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just because it's not canon doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just happened off screen.
So wait, and we know what happened in the arc that made her think? When does she see Boruto die? Like when he just falls in like the river or the ocean and he's not dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't die, so I don't know if that like works.
But she thinks he's dead.
But like, I don't know how it all works with that.
Well, that should still work. It absolutely should still work like that.
I don't know.
To me,
you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
To me, I see it as like this: if any of the filler episodes like don't really contradict anything that happens in the manga, to me, I would consider that canon.
Yeah. So if
it's the same thing with Kaguya's backstory.
But here's the thing I will say though: in the case of Boruto, because it's stated canon, if it does contradict the manga, it might just mean the manga was retconned.
Mm-hmm.
That exists as a possibility. Like, because the anime is stated to be canon, if it wasn't, you would say, okay, it's not real, it's filler. But since it's stated canon, it could just mean they retconned what happened in the manga. for example, MomoShiki when he gives Boruto the Karma Seal, it's blatantly at a different time. It's during the clash in the anime instead of like 1 minute afterwards. Like it's just a different scene essentially. It's a similar scene, but it's at a different time for different reasons. That could be a retcon. For all we know.
In that instance, it was when Boruto had the Jougan, and the anime kind of kept that same continuity up until that manga canon episode, which is kind of crazy how that's the only episode in which Boruto has the Jougan, the only manga canon episode. And then it wasn't until we get up into the Boruto versus Kawaki fight, like towards where he goes to go confront Code, like towards the end of the episode, we see that Boruto and Kawaki are having this little revelation, and then they start activating their dojutsus respectively. I mean, at the same time. So it was just like those are two instances where we see the Jougan in a manga canon episode, but it doesn't.
That was not a manga.
Well, there was like
an extra scene, but
I think it was just more so, I always look back at chapter 6 at episode 65, thinking to myself, why would they add this particular scene in there instead of what we're given in a manga? I don't know.
I don't know. I will never say I'm happy about the way that the manga doesn't mention the Jougan in a single ever moment whatsoever, and the anime's done a bunch of shit with it. I just hate it. It's like, imagine that Naruto just doesn't have Kurama in the manga, but then in the anime he's like doing all the Kurama shit. It's just like, what? Just be the same, bro. Why do you have to do this? Like, for example, this is a stupid example, but Sarah's getting in the manga now. It's like, was she demoted? Was she never promoted? Are they just?
She was demoted.
I think it's hilarious if she's demoted for pissing Shikamaru off, and I do think that's what the anime will do. But it's just like, can you just not do this? Can we just make it the same so we don't have to do all this? It's annoying.
Mental gymnastics trying to figure it out.
It's like, we know the anime will probably be like, oh, okay, we're gonna have to demote her now. But it's just like, could we just never do this in the first place? Just don't promote her to begin with, okay?
If this, it's the same thing with Jougan. It's like, okay, this dojutsu does exist, and we've seen this dojutsu exist in chapter 55 of the Boruto manga because it's hinting at a potential Jougan existence and Jougan origins that is connected to not just the Otsutsuki clan but the Otsutsuki gods. Okay, cool. So we're still awaiting for the day that we finally get to see Boruto awaken the Jougan, but we've only seen him use Momoshiki's Byakugan and the Karma Seal.
He doesn't even use it for that matter. He just activates and does nothing with it. But
honestly, I'm fine with that because that just means whatever Otsutsuki reveal is going to be bigger than whatever we've had up to this point anyways.
Yeah, and it's just like another Otsutsuki power-up, except this is going to be like the peak of his power. I don't know if that's going to be the case, if the Jougan will be the peak of his power. But,
it's just building anticipation. It's fine in that case.
Like, the thing about the Jougan that annoys me is, at this point, it's gonna be weird no matter how you slice it, because if Boruto just shows up, mastering the Jougan, it's like, okay, that's annoying. You just randomly introduce this shit in the manga over the time skip, and, he just masters it out of nowhere, off screen. Okay, that's annoying. On the other hand, if he, awakens it for the first time, and it's like, what is this power? It's a new thing for the manga. Cool for the manga, but then you look at the anime and you're like, what the hell, dude? You've done this 8 times. This is not new. So no matter how you do it, it's going to be, kind of annoying. I think the best way they can do it is if over the time skip, he does, his initial awakening, kind of, and then it's kind of he's still not good at it. It's kind of oh, I've done this before. It happens unconsciously. And they kind of just try to play a middle ground. I don't know if they'll do it that way, but I think the middle ground's probably the best way to do it, to make it just a little bit weird on each side, but not crazy weird.
Not contrived in a way.
Yeah, sorta. Just
yeah.
I hope that's how they do it, because no matter what, I'm gonna be annoyed. Let's be real.
For me, it doesn't matter that they've done it 8 times, because Naruto went QB mode 8 times in Naruto Part 1, but it's still just as impactful as it was against Haku as it was against Sasuke.
Well, it's just as impactful, but he knows what it is my point. He knows this is the night, this is the thing I did against Haku. It's not what is this mysterious thing? He's not oblivious to it. It's impactful, but he's not oblivious to it.
But
The same with,
Boruto is
Momoshiki.
still
When
just as
Momoshiki takes
oblivious to
over,
it. That's
like,
fine.
it's impactful, but he knows what is happening.
Well,
at this
the
point. Like,
difference
he's like,
though
this
is the
Momoshiki.
audience knows what it is, and that's the important thing, because the audience knew what it was against Haku the same way the audience knows what it is against Sasuke. The point that, but Boruto doesn't, but Naruto does. But like that doesn't matter, because the point is the audience does. That's what matters.
Yeah.
So you're describing
It's
a
just
difference
for me.
that
But
doesn't
it's
matter.
kind of stupid for Boruto to pretend like this has never happened before when it has happened like 8 times. You know what I mean?
Well,
like that's
Well, he doesn't
stupid.
know when it happens
But
most of the time.
He literally said
I'll-
in the Urashiki fight, it's like, oh, I felt this sensation before. Like, he knows this is the thing that he's done before. He doesn't
He's
know how to do
felt
it.
the sensation before, but he's only seen it once. The sensation he hasn't linked to the Jougan. He just linked it to a sensation.
Pretty sure Shinki's like, your eye. And then Urashiki says, oh, that eye. You have the Jougan. If he can't figure it out from there, then Boruto's stupid, which he's not. Like, Boruto is smart. He's not an R word. Okay?
Oh
if
my
he can't
God.
figure it out, that just doesn't fit his character.
Okay, but also intelligence is played off in many different ways. For example, like the smartest girl at my school had like no common sense, and I think you could apply that to Boruto. Yes, he's a genius, but he's similarly a dunce in the same way Naruto is.
They're very all over the place with that. I will admit. Sometimes they make Boruto an idiot. Sometimes he's a genius. It's very inconsistent, but
I think he is a genius. He's just not very aware.
Sometimes it's common sense. Sometimes
think-
it's book smart. You never know.
I think Naruto, if
think-
anything, was the opposite. He was dumb, but he was very aware, is what Naruto was.
He was emotionally intelligent. Yeah.
Boruto's the opposite. Yeah, because he was just underdeveloped.
I think it's. So I think the
I
problem is
disagree,
like
though, because in this case, it's just like he is aware. Like he can put the pieces together. Like he's done it with Momoshiki. Like I don't know.
Well, I compare it.
I mean, I'm
When
not
you
saying-
say
unless
Naruto
they do it
understood what the
perfectly, I
fox
will not be
was
happy about the
by the
Jougan
Sasuke
thing.
fight. I don't think Naruto really had a grasp of what the fox really was by the
what?
Sasuke fight. Like he just
Well,
knew
he
there was
doesn't
this
know that he
demon
had-
living
it's a
inside
tail
him, and
piece,
it
it's a
owes him
tail.
rent.
He knows it's a demon that attacked the village, and it's really strong, and he's using its power.
He hasn't thought about it though. He hasn't given it any thought at all.
He
It's
literally thinks about it versus Neji. Hey, you stinking fox!
And it-
Give me
no,
your
I
strength.
understand. Oh my
It
gosh,
isn't-
you just don't get it. You just don't get it.
I think it's more so like he knows. Okay, he knows that whatever's inside of him is like some sort of monster or some sort of like spirit demon or whatever that's in him. But it's like he doesn't. It's more shit. How do I explain it?
He hasn't
this
come
is
to
what-
grasp with
okay.
it. He hasn't
He
actually
doesn't
reflected
grasp
on
he has
it.
a grasp.
He doesn't fully
Yeah.
grasp what Kurama is. That's fine, but he knows a baseline. Like, hey, I've got this demon. It's really strong and attacked the village. I'm using its power. Jiraiya's told him about this. Okay, he's got a little bit of understanding. In Boruto's case, he wouldn't know. He wouldn't fully grasp the Jougan. I do not want him to. That doesn't make sense. I would be annoyed if he fully grasped it over the time skip off screen. My point is, it would be like Naruto when he's activated it, and or Shiki says, "Oh, your eye," and Boruto looks in the mirror like his eye, and Shiki's like, "Oh, your eye." It's like, okay, I've got an eye power. I felt this sensation. He should be able to say, at least say, let's just say he wakens it fighting Code. He should be able to say the same thing he did against Arashiki. This sensation, I felt it before. I at least want that. I don't want it
Sure.
to be like, I've never felt this before, and I don't want it to be mastered. If he says this sensation, I felt it before, I am cool with that. That's what I want. Again, the manga
but
readers
then-
will be like, no, you haven't. But the anime readers can say, yes, he has. He's done this against Arashiki
anime
and
readers?
New and stuff.
But then we also have to look at like then we also have to look at chapter one because Boruto is not like in the anime where Boruto at first could not really, activate the Jougan at will, because at first the Jougan was just, activating unconsciously without Boruto knowing at times. But it would only activate in like times when, Nue was, not only appearing, but also all these ghosts and specters are kind of just like possessing all the shinobi, and Bort and the Jougan just activates on its own, and
I
Boruto's
mean, it
able
did it in
to,
response to Otsutsuki related things.
yeah, to
Like New Wave
Otsutsuki
was
related
related to the
things.
Otsutsuki, Urashiki wasn't Otsutsuki, MomoShiki wasn't Otsutsuki. Like it did in response to Otsutsuki like things.
Besides the field trip arc, but like that. Hey, maybe Samehada is Otsutsuki. That
Yeah,
leads
about
to my
that.
theory.
Yeah, what's our explanation for that Samehada Otsutsuki theory?
Yeah.
Oh.
I will always keep talking about this, but like I said before, in in episode 65, when we see Boruto using a Jougan against MomoShiki, and the eye, the energy within the eye starts pulsating, they go into another other dimension where MomoShiki gives him the karma seal, saying that he strongly inherited the power of the Otsutsuki, instead of him saying, "Oh boy, you have Byakugan blood." It's just like, it's almost like clear foreshadowing that with the Jougan
I think that
board,
is more or less the same thing. I think the Byakugan blood in the manga is referencing Otsutsuki, but I think it's just worded differently.
Even then, Boruto thinks it's the Byakugan, and even after fighting Hanabi, and after Naruto and Hinata say, you don't have the Byakugan, he still thinks it's the Byakugan. Like, he just thinks that they think he's lying, that he just dreamed it, like, there was no eye. He knows that there is an eye, and he thinks that eye is the Byakugan.
But then
that's what I'm saying.
Also,
so in the manga, he should know he has some eye. He doesn't have to know what it is, but he should be able to like.
Well, no, but I still think he thinks that he had the Byakugan. Like, if he thinks back to that moment, he's like, man, I had the Byakugan and no one believed me.
But that's
fine. But he should, if it awakens in the manga, he should think it's his natural Byakugan, not Momoshiki's or whatever. That's what I'm saying.
I agree.
He should reference when he's done it before. Yeah. That's all I ask.
But that's the problem. Is like the Jougan doesn't look anything like the Byakugan. And I'm pretty sure that.
But he doesn't know what the Jougan looks like.
Well, he doesn't know what the Jougan looks like, but I'm pretty sure that he's seen a Byakugan.
It looks similar to the Byakugan, though.
In the manga continuity, I would say.
How many times has he seen the Byakugan?
Or did he just look in the mirror when the Jougan wasn't active in the anime in the beginning?
I think when it was active, that's how he knew he had an eye.
He had an eye, but it just wasn't.
But it was for like a glimpse. It was a brief moment.
Yeah, like one blink and then it went away or something like that.
Yeah. But then it's like, okay.
It's like right after you're sleeping too.
In chapter 1, we see that, like I said before, Boruto can like pretty much consciously and just activate the Jougan at will. Like almost like he has a full masterful grasp on the power that he has. But then we never see it after 80 chapters? And then we head into the time skip and it's like, okay, well, does he have this eye? Is he waiting to use it against Kawaki?
Yeah, that's why I think the manga should have put it in the MomoShiki arc the same way as the anime, and maybe thrown it in at some other point, maybe near the end of part 1 or whatever. Like, I thought at the very least, at the end of part 1, he should have just awakened it. Pretend it's the first time. I don't care. Just have him, like, awaken the eye at the end of part 1 was what I was hoping for, which obviously didn't happen. And that's why I said, like, there's only one way they can do it that will feel the least annoying to me. It's just basically he does the exact same thing he did versus Urashiki, and it's just like, oh yeah, I felt this before. And then we reference the anime because we watch it, and then that's that, and they go forward from there. I just don't want it to be like, oh, he's mastered this eye, and he comes back from the time. It's like, imagine if Naruto came back from the time skip with Casey Unmastered when he never used Kurama in the manga. It would be like, what? I don't want that.
Dude, I'm gonna laugh when Boruto is doing that time skip fight versus Kawaki in like 3 chapters from now, and then the anime comes back and they skip the prophecy arc. They just start with like episode 1 of 2 Blue Vortex, and they just straight up adapt the manga faithfully, so that like in like 6 anime episodes from now, we're getting Boruto mastering the Jougan fighting Kawaki. As if he's had it the whole time. They would just be
skipping the prophecy arc. They'd be skipping the end of the code arc. And you'd be like, what? Why?
Wait, huh? What happened to the entire Omnipotence event arc and code arc?
Yeah, anime only sees scratch in their head.
Boruto, and they just don't explain it.
It's just like, to me, it's like this. This eye is a very hyped up and anticipated eye since like day 1 of Boruto. and we still haven't gotten any information on as to how he obtains it, or whether or not if he's even has it at all. Is he going to meet Shibai?
I mean,
Does
he does have it. Like I'm not a fan of the theory that he just won't have it in the manga, because it is so stupid. Imagine if Naruto just doesn't have Kurama in the manga, but he does in the anime. It's like, no. Sasuke has the Sharingan in the anime, but in the manga, he's a Senju and has no Sharingan. It's just like, what? Like, no, you're in too deep. He needs to have it in the manga at this point.
Yeah,
like, he's always had it in the
That
manga.
would be
He
the
just
best
hasn't
way
used
to
it in the
make
manga.
people ditch the anime. They'd be like, yeah, the anime is filler. He doesn't have the like. That would be a horrible idea.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want like the idea of, you know, people calling the Jougan in chapter 1 like a Byakugan or a Tenseigan, because, you know, it's just when Ikimoto draws the Byakugan.
At this point, it's probably not the Tenseigan.
Yeah, it can't be the Tenseigan.
At this point, let's rule out the Tenseigan. It's the Jougan or the Byakugan. It's probably not going to be a third eye for Boruto.
No, like it's just like. So Ikimoto, how the way he draws his Byakugan is he makes the pupils look bigger, whereas we see in chapter 1 the pupils are like a lot smaller, so we can see the distinction between the Jougan and the Byakugan. And even in Naruto, the Byakugan, the pupils, like, it's big. So I kind of like that clear cut distinction between the eyes. It's just I would love for them to kind of give the darkened sclera to the Jougan.
I will say though, like, when it comes to that, like, sometimes Ikimoto just doesn't color things right. Like in chapter 65, end of the chapter, when it first came out, Kawaki's eye just isn't black. It's white with a triangle, and that's just wrong. Like, it is black with a triangle. The volume release changes it. So like Ikimoto could just like color it wrong. Like,
yeah, I just like I kind of would wish that so it's like, okay, we're told that, you know, the Jougan does in fact exist. Chapter 55 kind of just confirms it through, you know, Ishiki telling Code, go planet, devour chakra fruits, become a brand new Otsutsuki God. And it's just like, we see a panel of an Otsutsuki God with a wall of darkened sclera-like eyes that looks exactly like the Jougan, hinting at potential Jougan existence.
And then the anime muddied it out, but whatever.
Yeah, I just did not.
He had 15 minutes, give him a break.
I was like, no way did they just like muddied all of the Jougan like eyes around the Otsutsuki God. It just made the Otsutsuki God look less significant.
Yeah, because the anime is like, I don't know what the manga is trying to do with this. I'm not gonna risk it. Like,
yeah, it's
they
just
still
like,
show the eye. What do we do?
And it's just like, okay. And it's just like the anime kind of like already gave Boruto the Jougan, and I understand they're kind of foreshadowing what the abilities of the Jougan could potentially be once it makes his manga debut. To me, that's what I believe. But it's just okay. The Jougan does in fact exist, so we can put the theory that it doesn't exist to rest. But at some given point, you're gonna have to show us, you know, how does Boruto? You're gonna have to show us like Boruto with the Jougan at some given point.
That's why I think the anime they should have either just not done that, or the manga should have done it sooner. Like,
yeah.
Well, I think the anime did it perfect. I love how the anime did it.
Then the manga should have done it sooner. It's like, is it pick one or the other?
Yeah, it's like night and day.
They could have done it so that like he awakens it because of MomoShiki DNA mixing with his inherent one. Like, they could have gone a route like that.
I think the Jougan reveal, not only in the flash forward scene, but like in the middle of episode 1, as well as the first arc being about the Jougan, essentially, was brilliant. It was absolutely genius and like the perfect introduction to the eye.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'm glad that arc is anime only, because then that just saves more time for the manga to do their own thing with it.
No,
the anime did perfectly.
Manga, if that's the case.
I think it was more. I think.
If it's that good, it should have been in the manga.
Well, that arc was before the manga even started. Because, but the manga started with the tuning exams arc.
Yeah, but then they shouldn't have done, like, and my opinion is, if the arc is worthy and good, it should be in both. Mm-hmm. I don't think a good arc should not be in the manga.
I disagree, because the tuning exams, it was just redoing the movie, but the movie is already worthy and good on its own. having it in the manga was pointless. It's worthless. No one even read those
I
chapters
agree.
anyways.
They could have skipped over it.
The reason they
why
did
it,
yeah, go ahead.
No, they need. Well, one is give them practice.
Yes.
Two, the karma seal part isn't in the movie, so they have to add that in.
Some people say that the main reason why he didn't have the Jougan in part 1 was because it was mainly about Boruto mastering the karma seal and gaining in understanding of how to use the Otsutsuki ability that was given to him. That's
fine. Yeah.
But then it's like, I was like, okay, that's pretty. I mean, I do believe that is pretty true, because why else would they kind of hold back on showing us the Jougan if they're trying to show us one particular power that was given to him, and have Boruto master that power over the course of the entire series, and then we'll move on to other overpowered abilities like we're kind of like the ones we're kind of discussing right now.
You know what's funny? We have 4 different introductions to Boruto. Like 4 different openings to the Boruto series. We have Naruto chapter 700. We have Boruto episode 1, which is like arc 1. We have the Boruto movie. And then we have the manga.
I mean,
the Sarada Gaiden arc was the difference there. Okay, there's 4 different introduction
he's not
arcs.
really in that much, but
Still, it's an introduction like
it's
the
more
Boruto
so to the era than Boruto
era.
himself.
Sure.
I think it was like, it's still the Naruto continuity, but just like the introduction to the Boruto era.
Technically 5 if you want to count the Mitsuki one-shot.
Naruto Gaiden.
Yeah, it's Naruto Gaiden, but
there's
it's
also
a gateway.
The Mitsuki one-shot.
5 different intros to Boruto. Let's go.
Boruto chapter 0.
We need to do a Boruto opening, not opening, but I guess Boruto first arc comparison tier list. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm around that.
The Boruto movie is my favorite one.
Yes.
It was. At first I didn't understand why MomoShiki looked like an ogre in the movie, but then I kind of realized that Kishimoto loves his Japanese folklore references, and
yeah, that's
if you guys know this,
that's where it comes from.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you've done.
It also looks more like,
you know what?
Kinshiki
actually, there's 6.
Like, in my opinion, it's actually kind of more fitting, because like if he's gonna eat Kinshiki, I kind of do expect him to like look more like Kinshiki, get bigger, get buffer. He doesn't really do that. He just looks completely different.
I mean, he does in the
manga
movie.
version. It looks more like a karma seal. Like, it's just very different.
Well, the point is that he's supposed to look like an ogre.
Kind of makes more sense, but the manga way is just blatantly aesthetically more pleasing.
The movie one, it's in the manga it makes more sense for the manga, considering it's like evolution, and being bigger isn't like evolution. But in the movie, it's because he's supposed to look like an ogre, because that's mythology.
Yeah, it also just looks more like Kinshiki gaining Kinshiki's power.
And then obviously he looks
visually.
like a devil in the movie. Obvious inspiration there.
But... he looks like the devil.
Stupid.
And that's the thing.
I love it.
Speaking of Kinshiki, like, I really do hope that there is an explanation for why Boruto doesn't have any of the chakra rods, since he does have the karma seal, and it's like a genetic backup file of an Otsutsuki. Like, he did kill Fuse MomoShiki. Am I not correct?
I mean,
so he should be able to.
He also should have MomoShiki's abilities. He just hasn't used them yet. But I think that's the true essence thing. I think Kawaki uses true essence, but Boruto hasn't.
Boruto was considered an amateur.
Not only does Kawaki have Jigen's abilities, but he fights like Jougan, in my opinion.
He does, yeah.
And he has Jigen's personality, but that's a different thing.
I think it's more so like, okay, I don't know if this, to me, I don't know if I like the idea of Boruto having a Rinnegan in his hands. Having 2 Rinnegans in his hands, like one absorbs, the other just repels and just throws jutsu back at the, opponents with 10 times greater the force.
I think it's fine because he has the glove, but also as long as it's like on the top of his hand instead of the palm of his hand, like Dater is cool, but I'm good with that. Like it's fine.
You could just play Boruto's personality in that he wants to use ninja abilities. Kawaki wants to use Otsutsuki abilities.
It could also be a thing to where like the eye is just closed except for the times when he's using it actively.
Yeah, I mean that is the case. Like if you look at MomoShiki's hand, there's no sign of there being an eye until he opens it.
Yeah. So that would work.
It doesn't look like there's a closed eye. It just looks like there is no eye with the hand for some reason.
But going back to like both the Jougan and the Kyuubi in terms of Boruto and Naruto and how they view it, they never go back to contemplate it or like reflect on the powers outside of combat when they actually need it. They only talk about it as they're actively using it in the moment. Like Naruto could be like, oh, sorry, Kiba, I have the 9 tails, so I'm not gonna lose this fight. Or Boruto could be like, well, actually, MomoShiki, I have the Jougan. Well, he wouldn't actually do it, but you get the idea. Like, at no point...
They do talk about the Naruto Kurama stuff outside of battle, though. Like, he
not really
thinks about it before he uses it against Neji. He talks to Jiraiya about it.
But again, like, if they're going to talk about it, you know they're going to be using that power, like, immediately after.
That doesn't be immediate, but, like, at some point in the relative future, yeah.
Not immediate, but yeah. Like, within a chapter, they're using it, for sure. Like, every time.
Yeah.
But, like, the writer's obviously doing that out of universe because, like, oh, man, they want talking about it to be, like, a big deal. And so if they're talking about it, hey, if they're reminding the audience this exists.
He should probably do something with it in the near future. Same thing.
Yeah. But, like, in universe, the fact they only think about it in the moment when they're about to use it is very, I think, in my opinion, personable to them and really tells us they don't have a grasp on the power in the same way that we think they should. Which is fine. Like, Naruto isn't going around thinking about Kurama on the day-to-day in part 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like
except for, I guess you could say when he hurt Sakura with it, he is. The same with that when Boruto almost kills his dad, he's thinking about it. But even then, he kind of forgets about it too. Like once he doesn't hurt his dad again for a while.
But like even after Haku, even after fighting Orochimaru, Naruto never thinks back on, oh yeah, I did have this strange power or something until Jiraiya tells him, and then he's like, oh wait a minute, yeah, I guess you're right, huh?
Yeah, he doesn't like think about it on his own.
Yeah. Exactly. So boom. And even after this, he doesn't think about it on his own until he uses it.
Yeah, he progressively thinks about it more and more.
Yeah,
like I said, for the Boruto thing, my main thing is just I don't want him to pretend like it's just literally never happened when he says, I felt this sensation before in the anime.
Sure,
I don't want him to have mastered it off screen.
But Naruto doesn't do this in the Forest of Death against Orochimaru, even though he's already done it against Haku.
Well, he doesn't say, I felt this before, so I don't need him to say it. My point is that if Naruto says, oh, I've done this before, but then the next time uses it, it's like, I've never felt this before, I would be like,
I gotcha.
Bruh.
Yeah.
So if that happens with Boruto, I will be annoyed.
I'm also fine if Boruto has already mastered the Jougan at the current point of the story, because we're obviously going to get a flashback to him using it in the manga and then learning to train it.
No, it goes back to the retroactive versus proactive thing.
No, I understand, but like in my opinion, that would be the same regard as Boruto having mastered Kenjutsu over the time skip. The same way that Sasuke mastered it over the time skip.
I don't think it's the same.
Fair enough. I completely understand that. That's fine.
No, because for example, Naruto getting better at the Rasengan over the time skip is different to me than him mastering Kurama over the time skip. There's like a different level to it, and also like so the manga hasn't mentioned the Jougan at all. I want to have like a genuine introduction, not a retroactive introduction to it. That makes sense.
To be fair, like Dar Arishage said, I mean, like Immortal Phoenix said earlier, technically it's been shown twice if you want to consider it. The time skip in episode or chapter 1, and then the Otsutsuki God.
No, but you know what I'm saying, like.
No, I know what you're saying. But like, if you want to consider that, and you do consider that,
but I meant like I want a present time introduction.
Yeah. Sure. Like for example, like
I'm just not a fan of this whole let's skip over it and show it in a flashback thing. Like, let's just show it. The flashbacks are for different purposes.
It's the
for
same
things that existed before the
Show,
series
don't tell,
that we literally
sorta.
couldn't have seen, or to remind us of something that we already saw because that was important. Like, that's the point. The flashback. It's not to skip over and show the flashback every single time.
It's the same difference as showing Naruto has the Nine Tails in episode 1 and then showing him using it in like episode 15 against Haku.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I think it's so okay. The joke. I've been very hyped about the Jougan since day one, and seeing chapter 55 when I first saw the Otsutsuki God, and when I heard about Shibai, I was like, huh, this could be a way for Boruto to activate the eye. The problem is we don't really know if the Otsutsuki God that we saw in chapter 55 could be what Shibai really looks like.
I mean, it's different from the image of Shibai we saw.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, if this is Shibai, if he does end up having a wall of Jougans around him, the question would be, what reason would he have to go down to Earth to give Boruto the Jougan eye?
Well, who's to say that happened?
I don't think Shibai gave it to him.
Yeah, I think Toneri gave it to him.
Toneri did, but it's like, if Toneri, okay, let's say it like this. If Toneri stole the Jougan eye from the Otsutsuki God, or in the Otsutsuki God, because we know that there's like that Amato and the MomoShiki tends to say that there are more than one gods within the Boruto.
I was gonna say, I don't like the term Otsutsuki God. They're just a god.
They're a god, but they're just of the Otsutsuki clan.
Yeah, they were.
But it's a clan. It's not like necessarily a genetic bloodline thing.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, he stole a Jougan from a god. So now the question is, what's to stop that god from coming down to that Earth?
Well, I don't think Toneri necessarily stole, ripped the
agree,
Jougan out of somebody's eye socket. I think he helped Boruto awaken his own somehow. I don't think he went to Shibai, ripped it out, because it's like, how the hell does freaking blind Toneri do that? He can't even beat Oroshiki. Probably didn't beat Shibai.
No,
you know what I mean? I think he.
Toneri either already had this knowledge, or the knowledge awakened within him, or he learned this knowledge after Naruto the Last. Because clearly he has knowledge that we don't have. A lot of knowledge that we don't have. But
yeah.
And if the Jougan can literally be manifested through having Kagero and Hamura's chakra, which is literally Kaguya's lineage, and Kaguya is actually more special than we realize.
I think it's beyond just that, personally.
Well, Kaguya is more special.
Here's the thing:
realize.
a lot of people call Kaguya Princess Kaguya, and then in the last we see statues of an Otsutsuki king. So I don't know if that. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but if Kaguya is the daughter of an Otsutsuki king, and that Otsutsuki king may have a Jougan, this could potentially hint at the fact that Kaguya's lineage is of royalty.
Yeah, I think that both Momoshiki and Kaguya have hints of that possibility, of being a royal family type of thing.
There's clearly
they could be siblings for all we know.
Some kind of caste system, like Uroshiki's lower on the totem pole, and it's not even in regards to power, because Uroshiki should be the strongest of those three. Kinshiki also
Uroshiki seems to think he is the strongest of the three. He's just not noble or whatever.
I think Uroshiki is the strongest of the three, but Kinshiki also clearly looks up to Momoshiki.
No, he looks down. He pretends to look up to him.
Oh god.
Yeah.
He literally, when Momoshiki leaves, he's just he goes from being Momoshiki, Lord Momoshiki or Momoshiki senpai, to being oh, Momoshiki, you're as unsociable as ever. He's this guy sucks.
You have to look at the language.
And then when Momoshiki dies, he's just oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Who would give a shit?
I think so going back to what I was saying about Kaguya being special, because Boruto, while I was doing research about the Jougan, I realized that the Jougan is actually some sort of atavistic trait or power that just resurfaced within Boruto. It just kept skipping over generations until the right mixture is needed for him to have this power. So it was okay, if you need Haguro and Hama's chakra to basically have this new power, this new eye that no one's ever seen before. And then in chapter 55, you clearly hint at the fact that this eye belongs to a god, belongs to, belongs to something that is pureless and just overall unique. So it's like, okay, Haguro Muhammad's chakra makes the Jougan. And when you combine Haguro...
though, because again, we don't know what Toneri did. Toneri could have just helped him awaken it sooner. He could have helped him awaken it in general. Like, Toneri could have done something integral to him having it in the first place. We don't know what he did.
It's just like, okay, Boruto has his eye, and if he has his eye, and so does whatever god may have the Jougan, then it could be some sort of atavistic trait that Boruto didn't know he had, but it's just resurfaced and kept skipping over generations, like I said. And maybe there could be an implied connection between Boruto and, well, the gods. So if that's the case, if Toneri does come in through the manga and help Boruto master his eye, maybe off screen.
No, please, no.
I don't know if
I don't support any of this off screen nonsense. I mean, are you wrong for mentioning the possibility? No, it probably will happen that way. But just please, no.
I don't like that as much as anybody else.
Apparently Kishimoto loves it.
But if the possibility of that happening will end up happening, then we're just gonna have to roll with it. And just I don't like it as much as anybody else.
I'll hate on it and then move on. That's what
I was just like, okay. Well, at least we know Toneri made his appearance when he wasn't in the manga. But it's just like, it's just like, okay. At some given point, Ikumoto and Kishimoto are gonna have to explain who these gods are, the Otsutsuki clan, the Ten Tails. It's just like there's just so many things they need to explain, and it's just like, okay, how does the Jougan fit in all this? What kind of eye is it? And whether or not, if it's like just like what we've seen in the anime, does it have all the abilities that we've seen it possess, like Rinnegan like abilities, Sharingan, Byakugan, Senrigan abilities? Is it like the pinnacle of all dojutsu? If that's the case, I could see it as an eye that's befitting for a god.
Personally, I want it to mirror Kawaki's eye and be like there could be like two godlike eyes and just they each have one of each. That's what I would like, at least. Like there's two different pinnacles. One's like the sun one, one's the moon one. That's at least what I'm hoping for. We'll see what happens.
But I don't know about that, because
want it to have every
Kawaki
single freaking dojutsu ability. I'll be pissed.
Because Boruto needs to be the sun for Mitsuki to be the moon, but then also Sarada's eye is the sun, but then Ada and Damon are the moon.
And then the Jougan's also.
I'm working on a video talking about all the suns and moons. I'll get to it eventually.
And then the sun and moon sealed from Hagoromo. Okay.
But then we also have to. But then if the Jougan is. If the Jougan is represented as the moon, it's basically like the full moon. Then I'm just kind of wondering, okay, what is the symbolistic, like symbolism, powers and abilities? Like, what is the moon? Stuff like that.
The Jougan.
Hold on. Well, yeah, but it's just like is it? Are all the Jougan's abilities just gonna be like perception based? And sort of like, here's the reason why I'm saying that. First of all, Boruto has the power to literally see the chakra pathway system and the weakness and pinpoint the exact weakness of an opponent. We've seen that happen with the
I know, that was such a weird
Byakugan.
ability.
Yeah. And then we also see
like
that
the weakness, like that's so specific. Like
it's just like we've seen him see the exact spot Boruto needs to strike Nue in, which is his back end of the tail. And then we also see Boruto be able to peer from Nue's dimension back into Earth and actually be able to, hear what Shikidai and Inojin and everyone was calling his name. which is something that Shinragan was able to do. Then we see Boruto be able to perception blitz MomoShiki, like be able to predict his movements and stuff like that. And then going back to, once again, like I said in episode 65, Boruto with the Jougan, instead of him going to the destroy God tree to check to see if MomoShiki was dead, Boruto ends up going into another dimension, another realm, where MomoShiki gives him the karma seal and his Jougan is still active. And it's just a lot of things that we see the Jougan is able to do, including be able to predict when an Otsutsuki is going to use Yamotsu Hirosaka.
I don't know that the one with MomoShiki was necessarily the Jougan teleporting, because they do the same thing where they zoom in on MomoShiki's eye, then they zoom in on Boruto's eye. They zoom in on both eyes. And I think they may have even done that with Naruto and Sasuke clashes. Personally, I'm more so like that's a ninchu thing, like from their chakras connecting. But that's how I look at it.
I don't think it necessarily predict Yomotsuga. I think what it actually did is it just saw something that is typically invisible to the naked eye. So, like, for example, there's like a potential energy
portal that's being opened or something.
Yeah, so it was already there. He just couldn't have seen it without the Jougan, but like he would have seen it with the naked eye later on, anyways.
Yeah, the Jougan is connected.
We don't know.
Yeah, the Jougan is stated by the animators to be connected to the Otsutsuki clan's dimension, so it does make sense for him to also be able to predict when an Otsutsuki is going to use a portal.
Well, I don't know what that has to do about predicting anything, though. Because like, predicting is like a future event, basically.
Well, not really predicting, but just accurately being able to. Well, not accurately.
I mean, it might have
seeing
the future.
Like precog precog a portal being open.
The thing with precog of the Sharingan, it's not like you can like scale the precog to like several seconds or minutes into the future. It's like basically the naked eye can't interpret the information it receives to the brain as we see it. So technically, like everyone on Earth, like right now, like us, we're technically living in the past or whatever, rather than the present. And the Sharingan, it essentially just removes that gap in time, which is the precog. So it like looks at the present moment.
The way it's described is it reads the flow of the opponent's movement. So like I start swinging my arm, and based off how I'm doing it, the Sharingan can just tell where the arm is going to target. Basically.
Exactly. It like pinpoints the line of sight.
Yeah.
But it can only do that in real time rather than like the future. So it has to remove the past, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's just guessing what will happen based off how you're moving your arms and shit.
Yeah.
Essentially. So
it's like our ideas combined into one is what the Sharingan is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now for the Jougan, hypothetically, I don't think it's doing the muscle. Like, I don't think it's doing what the Sharingan does. I mean, it's possible just seeing the future or something of that sort, like in a different way precog. I don't think it's the same as the Sharingan, because it seems to be like a completely different type of dojutsu, at least to me.
Well, we have some comments, I guess we can read now. So going back to the filler thing really quick, because Da Arashikage, commenting on the filler thing, says, the events of Blood Prison is mentioned in a Kakashi light novel. So, Immortal Phoenix, considering we've had the Blood Prison and at least 3, probably 4 or 5 different pieces of Naruto media, is Hozuki Castle, is it canon? Does it exist in the Naruto planet?
It's literally mentioned in the Boruto manga. Just so you know.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so it is canon. Yeah. Interesting.
You should be asking, are the events of the Blood Prison movie canon, not if the place exists?
Sure. Well, even then, you could argue that's technically a contradiction, even though I do think it is still canon. Because he doesn't have KCM, but he knows Killer B. But again, you could just finagle it in there anyways.
Wait, he knows Killer... I haven't watched the movie, but that's funny.
No,
but it's fine. You can just finagle it in there
before
anyways.
He meets Killer B.
It's before he meets Killer B officially.
That's funny. He already knows.
Yeah,
that's the way you.
Oh shit! Now that I think about it, he should have access to KCM.
But it's
instead
fine.
they have him.
I don't think that's really a contradiction. Like, you would have to watch it to get it. I don't think it's really a contradiction. It's not a big thing anyways.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it.
I've seen the movie before. It was just like, I didn't really think about it until you mentioned Killer Bee. I was like, huh? Oh shit! Wait, hold on. He should have access to.
No, I don't think he should necessarily have access to KCM. Or if he does, he just doesn't use it, which is fine. He's still learning it. But he would be on Turtle Island then anyway, so I don't think he would randomly go back to Konoha and then go to Tozuki Castle in the middle of the war. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's just before that happens, which would mean it's before he meets Killer Bee. But like again, it's just before he officially meets. Like it's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Doesn't matter. If anything, you just call those specific interactions filler, and then the rest of it's canon.
The Chikara arc, where like when is that supposed to take? That's taking place before, like, Kabuto becomes fully snake-like. But doesn't Naruto do like KCM-like things in there?
Da Arashikage says it's right after he meets Bee. That's how he knows Naruto didn't attack the Raikage. So there you go. And you'd have to see the movie to get it. Before he does snake things. I don't know what you mean by that. Or KCM things, whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyways, okay, another filler thing. Okay, so Immortal Phoenix. If I asked you, who captured Utakatakatata?
Utakata.
Yeah, so who captured him?
The Akatsuki.
Oh my god.
Pain.
Yeah,
I don't.
Pain.
Yeah,
Pain. Oh, but how do you know that?
Filler.
Okay. So okay. So in the Naruto manga,
to do a video trying to guess who in the manga should have captured each Biju, like independent of that, like
independent of who actually did, like who had like the greatest strengths compared to weaknesses of each tailed beast is what you mean? That could be interesting.
No, just like who I think was assigned to each one. I'm gonna have to take the Six Tails like arc into account. Like I'm gonna mention it obviously.
Well, don't we know
but
every single
I
tailed
wrote down
beast?
some notes, I think.
Because we know the 1 tails, 2 tails, 3 tails. I think the 4 tails. The 5 tails might be the only one off the top of my head that I can't think of.
Yeah. So like the 5, 7, and the 5 tails is never shown anywhere. The 5, 7, and 6 are not shown in the manga or discussed whatsoever.
6 is Fu. We do get Fu.
Huh?
We do get the 6
No,
tails.
no, in the manga we don't.
In the manga,
see who
okay.
gets Fu.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying.
That's what
like
I'm saying. In the
off
manga,
screen, who do
there's
you
no
think captured
mention.
them in the manga?
Yeah, so obviously in the anime we see
well, that's the
Hidan and
answer.
Kakuzu.
Is that off screen? What happened is what happened in the anime.
No, so again,
Like
the thing about that was that happened. No, here's the thing. So Hidan apologizes for missing his target at the beginning of part 2. Mind you, this is after Fu has already been captured. And so we think maybe he means Yukito, the one he captures later. But then after that, for some reason, Hidan and Kakuzu feel obliged to go after Naruto, even though they would have technically achieved their quota. Which is a little bit interesting. Why do they even care if they've done their job? Then you have, well, when did Pain and Conan, let me just look for my freaking notes. I had a bunch of shit written down for why it was convoluted. But,
I'd have to see exactly what you're looking at, because based on the way you described it, that's just loose of things.
I hope I wrote it down somewhere. I don't know.
Like,
I thought
what's
about
the
this a
problem
bit
here?
for a while, but I don't know where this is. So,
God. Okay.
if I didn't write it down, well, that sucks.
So also, Immortal Phoenix, why was Neji promoted to Jonin in the manga? What's the manga explanation canon?
Would that be like somewhere around like what 200 in the near 200s, 300s maybe?
Because I was arguing with someone else on Discord about this as well. This is another quote unquote filler thing I was arguing. The correct answer is because he saved Gaara in the tuning exams.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he was promoted to Jonin in the manga. It was just off screen. The point is that it doesn't present a contradiction. Its filler literally fills in the gaps in the story.
Makes sense. Like,
yeah, it's
think,
in the Naruto universe. And not only this, who owns the Naruto manga? Let me tell you this: it's not Kishimoto. No, it's not Kishimoto.
Oh.
So who did Kishimoto essentially sell the rights to? Who owns the Naruto IP, the franchise?
Shonen Jump.
There you go. Well, I don't think Shonen Jump is a quote-unquote thing. It's a magazine. It's Shueisha.
Well, Shueisha.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be Viz because Viz is a distributor. It is Shueisha. Kishimoto doesn't own it. Shueisha owns Naruto. So there you go.
I don't think I wrote this down. I'm pissed.
So if Kishimoto isn't involved, Shueisha can still do whatever they want with Naruto. In fact, that's what they did the first 50-something chapters of Boruto, arguably. So there you go.
Interesting.
I mean, it's the same thing people use for like the video game cutscenes aren't canon, the movies aren't canon, the anime filler isn't canon. Because Kishimoto didn't write it. But like, Kishimoto doesn't own Naruto. So he doesn't have to write anything. And even then, Kishimoto's story isn't Kishimoto's story. Because the Naruto manga that we get is very heavily influenced by editors to the point that Gaara's name isn't a Kishimoto idea. To the point that
Naruto isn't a fox.
Yeah,
to the point that Minato isn't the bad guy.
So this is not Kishimoto's Naruto. This is Shueisha's Naruto that we got. Kishimoto is just
I really
involved.
didn't write this down. That sucks.
This is just as much Kishimoto's as it is Kishimoto's editors, as it is Shueisha's VIP, CEO, whatever. It's all of theirs. So take that, freaking fillers didn't happen. Shut up. Stupid.
I think the common misconception is when people look at filler, because it's like not like, because some episodes could contradict the manga, or they'll say all episodes will contradict the manga if it's filler, then it just won't be like, they just won't ever use it as useful information.
Okay, people also say, oh, it's not the source material. But then, okay, the manga isn't the source material, the movie is. Are we going to say Ogre MomoShiki is canon?
No.
Okay.
Some people call the movie filler. Like, bro, that's the original.
Yeah, that's the original.
That's the most canon.
I'm not saying that. Now listen, some filler arcs I will.
Give us an example. What is the most filler arc of Boruto to you? What's ranking most filler to you?
The most filler. I'm gonna make
tea
that
party, the Kawaki tea party thing.
No, that's the Kawaki tea party is hilarious. That is canon. It's canon. That's too funny to be filler.
He's literally eating crumpets and drinking out of it.
And
it was completely hilariously canon. It's
Yeah,
the same as Kakashi Sensei's true face. That is Mecha Naruto.
100%.
Those are too funny to be filler.
Yeah, those are, I almost forgot about that. I actually like Mecha Naruto. Though a lot of people.
Exactly.
I have my answer for the most filler in Naruto. It's going to be the filler of the Infinite Filleromi. It's Tsunade's dream, where Tsunade is dreaming about Jiraiya's fake fiction book. And we see the story of the fake fiction book in in Tsunade's dream, dreaming Jiraiya's fake fiction book as if it was completed. It's like 3 levels of didn't happen.
I like the explanation. I asked in Boruto though, just an FYI.
Oh, I know, but
what about part 1? Which one do you think is the most filler?
Are we gonna count recap as filler? Because I would just count that, I guess.
I was gonna say the filler episode when I think the most filler is the one when Naruto and Sakura are like ranking like the best fights in Naruto. Like,
oh, I know. Is that the same episode where Sasuke comes on the TV at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that one has to be for sure.
That's the most filler episode of Naruto.
Well, part 1. I completely agree. That's funny. And then of Boruto. That's a good question. I'd say
I gotta think of all the ones
like the TV arc, Chocho's TV arc, because not much ninja stuff happens there.
I'm trying to think of all the Let me look at the episode titles. That'll help me.
That's not gonna help me, unfortunately.
Boruto.
If we aren't counting recap, then yeah. If we are counting recap, then the episode before the tuning exams, where I forget who, maybe Konohamaru, is like recounting everything.
Oh, like their yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because like that is happening in real time or whatever. Like just people like reminiscing, not even reminiscing, just recalling back on previous events.
Yeah. So that might technically be like the most filler, but let's not count that one for now. I mean, I remember there's the Red Bean Jam episode. I think that's in the novel adaptation of the Mirai arc, though.
Maybe the one of Inojin versus Himawari's art. I don't remember if ninja stuff happens in that, or if that's just an art competition. But that's also like the themes of Boruto,
that's like him,
as
like,
well
getting
as
his, like,
Inojin development.
I think there's a little bit to it, though.
Yeah. No, there's definitely a lot to it. But yeah.
Like tactics for getting along with your daughter is funny. That's definitely not the answer.
Dude.
Let's Sweat and Namida. The Namida cry episode could be up there.
It could be, but I don't know. I think that's fair.
But even then, though, it carries forward. She uses the ability later on, so
exactly, it's developing that side character.
The X cards proxy war because Shino and Rock Lee are on the X cards.
Yeah, that's a pretty filler one right there. It does expand on the card ones, especially I think that's before the Majina Bandits, right? Right? Yeah, maybe?
Yeah, it's before the Majina Bandits. I also think it's before they go to Orochimaru because of card stuff.
Oh yeah, that Orochimaru filler episode was really funny with the kids, the like side characters that were like, too afraid to ask for his card or something. I forget what it was, but that was funny. I love that episode. Autograph. Yes. And then like Suigetsu showed up in that episode. That was a good one. Oh my gosh. Maybe the food eating competition of
I don't remember.
Oh yeah,
I was gonna say. I don't know if that's related to this I Can't Stay in My Slim Form episode. It's a one-episode Chocho episode.
No, that's a different one.
Don't remember much about it.
Yeah, that's a different one. Yeah, do you think that food eating competition might be one of them up there?
Yeah. The Kawaki ones are good, like definitely not.
What do you think is the most canon filler? Would you count the Mitsuki's one shot as that?
Nah, because that's like literally like a manga chapter. So I wouldn't say well, I wouldn't do that for each one. So for part 1 of Naruto, I have to think about all of them, but some potential ones for me, the Idate one, because the anime just tied that into Sasuke's anger going to the Sasuke retrieval arc.
Yeah.
Obviously, all right, not counting Kakashi Sensei True Face, the obvious answer. Other ones, the one when the guy with the bombs, remember that arc? Forgot his name.
Yeah.
That one comes to mind.
That's very.
I remember that one. I like that. I actually really like that arc.
I don't think you're gonna count this because it's like partly canon, but technically there's an episode of Naruto vs Sasuke that's mostly filler in the Valley of the End.
No, we're not counting that. No.
Okay, we're not counting.
It's like a filler like arc.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Okay.
There's the one where Naruto, Jiraiya, and Sakura go to like an Orochimaru hideout.
That one's right after too, so I'd say that might be the most canon.
Yeah.
Because that's like really expanding on Sakura's character too. Like that's the perfect.
Yeah, like that's a contender. I think that one and the Land of Tea ones are probably like the top 2 most canon.
You could also argue the final arc of part 1 because it's not only introducing like scientific
the one with Gaara,
in a way, and then Gaara, and like the obvious importance there is Gaara right before his tailed beast is taken, so it's like throwing the significance on him, the focus towards him.
And then they also have all the tie-ins with the Sasuke retrieval arc, where now they're saving the Sand siblings instead of them saving them.
I do really want to say the Land of Star or whatever it is, where like Natsuhibo Shi plays.
I wouldn't say that's the most canon.
That's definitely not, but you know.
Yeah.
What about OVAs? Could we consider the Land of Waterfall the most canon then?
I haven't seen all the OVAs.
Fair enough, but like we know it exists because Kakuzu, and obviously we just exist anyways. But we literally go there and we fight a villain there, and we use like waterfall powers to beat the bad guy. It's really good OVA. It's a really good one.
And I need to like get a link to all of them so I can watch all of them.
In fact, it was literally advertised as a movie on Cartoon Network back in like 2005. I'm pretty sure I told the story on the podcast before. I thought it was for like the past like 20 years. I thought it was a movie until I found out recently it wasn't.
How long is that?
It's like I forget exactly how long, but it was like an hour because of commercials. So maybe it's like 40 minutes, probably less.
I know OVA's got that long.
Yeah. It's probably a lot less. I don't know. It might have been 2 episodes in one. It had a lot of commercials though, but it was released as one like hour-long movie on Cartoon Network.
Yeah, I can see why that was a movie.
Yeah.
What about Naruto Shippuden? Most canon filler. The tuning exams one definitely is a contender, I think.
There's a 4-episode recap of part 1 that was really good. I love that 4-episode recap. But I wouldn't consider that canon, quote unquote, in a way that's like adding on. I always talk on like the Hayate filler of the war arc when he's in Edo Tensei.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I think that should be in the manga, but I don't think that's the most canon episode per se. There should be a really obvious answer. Oh, the Sora one's a really good one too. It's a good answer.
Could be interesting. I think the tuning exams one might be like the most, just because it's like it kind of happened off screen. Like it's like this is like, hey, remember when you weren't there, Naruto? This is what happened. Like
the Gurren arc, the Three Tails arc, that's also a really good contender because it also includes a lot of Obito stuff and Deidara.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
And then obviously,
just for the scenes of Obito and Deidara, I might have to go with it.
That's fair. I will say the tuning exams, going back to that, it also like showed Fu, which not only introduces her character and personality, but also the way she was captured at the very end. But also you would also say that for like the Seven Tails arc, because specifically Utaka Takada talks to Naruto in the war arc for like a whole episode.
Yeah, well, I would call that the most canon because the manga just doesn't have them know who they are. So,
that's fair. Well, in that case, you can't count the Idate arc in part 1.
That makes it feel very filler when Naruto just doesn't know who he is. Like,
sure. Is there...
Obviously, the anime changed it, but...
Was there a Obito, Kid Kakashi Obito OVA that isn't in the manga? Like a bonus one? What about the video game cutscene? Have you seen that? Oh, like Kushina in Obito? Would you count that as a shippuden?
I think I may have. It sounds familiar, but I don't remember much about it.
At the end, it's
I think
like
the most
Obito
filler.
Like, this
my answer for the most filler Naruto Shippuden might have to be the weather girl. I forgot her name, but that's gonna be a contender. Like some of those war arc fillers might have to be, but the weather one is just so funny. I feel like that might have to be it.
In that case, I do want to say the Sound 4 Edo Tensei filler arc should be the most canon, because I talk on that a lot. But I think of all the war arcs that should be the most canon, that like it shouldn't be in the manga because it's not Hayate and it's not the Sound 4. I think the next one would be the one with Killer Bees Edo Tensei fight, if you remember that, versus like the other, not Tails
the previous
but like the pseudo Jinchuriki. Yeah.
Another one I like is the one with the samurai where we get to see Sasori take down the nation that he says in like Granny Chio.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. That is a really good one.
Specifically for the Akatsuki parts.
Yeah, for that one moment, When you, because they don't even like directly
Sasori,
say it.
They're all going on their missions to do shit. Deidara's blowing stuff up, and then they go to the village, and Sasori's like, "I'm gonna do this." Like
the audience just realizes it so subtly, and it's like an undertone. I love it. It's such a cool feeling when you realize it. Oh my god.
When you realize what?
That is the moment where Sasori destroyed the nation with his puppets.
Yeah.
What about
I have to see a list of them.
What about the one where Itachi and Juzo Biwa go to capture the Three Tails? You throw that up there. Most canon.
I don't want to say it's the most canon. I like it.
It shows the
what about the one when Naruto like fights the pirate on the ship? Like they fight the pirate dude, or when they get the mushrooms.
No.
Or the like in that same arc where Naruto finds a fake Naruto who's just like some fat guy.
Yes, dude, that was so funny.
I know. That has the face where they're like all the W smiles trying not to laugh in the background.
Yes, yeah, I have that scene saved as a funny thing, like
Yes.
credits. There's also that one does have some good ones though. Like there's the one with the Raikage and Tsunade. I think is during that arc. There's the one with the Uzumaki girl was probably the most interesting one.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The one where it's like they're creating like the ultimate summoning creature that like absorbs the abilities of all the creatures it eats.
Okay, I know.
And there's like the Uzumaki girl using the adamantine chains. Like she's the one who's gonna be like the vessel for it or whatever.
I want to go back and rewatch that. That's a good one.
Yeah, that might be like the most interesting. The pirate one's pretty funny. Like the pirate dude is just.
I was just thinking one, but I forgot it now.
That guy. Yeah, that's the start of the pirates.
Technically, would you consider the ostrich episodes canon from part 1 because they're like on Turtle Island? I don't remember if they're on Turtle Island in the manga.
I mean, it's not in the manga either, though, so it's equally.
Okay. Is the ostrich not in the manga in Turtle Island?
I don't think Condor is ever in the manga.
Okay. The fact you know isn't it?
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure he's not.
Okay. I think that's all of them that I can think of that I want to point out anyways. Unless you want to consider...
Boruto,
okay, for Boruto, the most canon, I think, would be the episode where Kashin Koji comes, or the episode before that where they're testing the Inoichi... Not Inoichi. The Yamanaka security system.
I would say arc. Let's do arc.
Ooh, arc. Okay, then Deepa, obviously.
So that would be part of it.
Yeah, Kara actuation.
I guess that's kind of Kara actuation, but also kind of transition.
Honestly, I would consider Kara actuation just straight up canon. Like 100%. I don't care if it's not in the manga.
Well, it is straight up canon. It's the freaking should have been in the manga, in my opinion. Yeah. Like, it's the best. One of my favorite Boruto arcs in general.
In that case, most canon, I almost want to say the survival arc, even though you probably haven't seen it, just because it shows the 10th Kara member, which they kind of did need.
Oh, yeah, I still haven't watched that one.
Yeah. But, like, the rest of the arc didn't really matter, just, like, that final episode. Like, the final half of that episode, I should say, in terms of that. So I would consider that arc to be the most canon.
I still want to watch it just because of the Kara tie-in. I mean, I still want to watch all the ones I haven't watched. I kind of forgot that I haven't caught up to the anime, to be honest. I've been, like, distracted. I just forgot that I haven't watched the episodes.
I think the time slip arc has the potential to be the most canon, but as of right now, I'm not going to confidently say it is.
I think it has both the potential to be the most canon and the most filler. It's a contender for both.
Fair enough. I don't know if this is necessarily an arc.
No, actually, I think it is, because everyone's memories are literally erased.
Yeah. Okay, well, you could say that Jiraiya wrote it down, and that did change the timeline, potentially. But
then why would he ask for them? Like, the thing is, like, why ask for his memories to be erased? If he's gonna write it down anyway, just don't ask.
It's just Sauron. What do you think?
To really fool Sasuke.
Exactly, just like, covering all his bases.
Jiraiya's idea to do this.
Yeah.
Well, hello.
So you agree with me, right, Sauron?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
No, you don't. We weren't really disagreeing on anything.
Oh,
I
know.
Disagree with you.
Well, we don't have to disagree for him to agree with me.
No, but he disagrees with you.
I don't know what I'm consenting to. What is this?
Well, I disagree with you.
What are y'all talking about?
So, Ron, what is the most canon filler episode of Naruto to you? Or filler arc, I should say.
Of Boruto?
Naruto, Shippuden, and Boruto.
1. We're going to go through each one. The most canon filler arc or episode of Naruto Part 1.
And then the least canon filler.
I do not remember any filler in Naruto Part 1.
Okay,
so
Naruto
Shippuden. A single one.
Naruto Shippuden.
Okay, whatever.
So that one, I have like a huge bias. It's, I have a huge bias. But that one filler arc where Konohamaru, that one filler episode where Konohamaru fights Tamari, and you have flashbacks to what Konohamaru and Moegi were doing during the Pain Assault arc before Konohamaru actually started fighting pain at one point. Those episodes are filled with like a lot of context for what they were doing there. There's no contradictions in the story about what happened in that episode and what was in the actual story, so I can consider that canon. As for the most canon to the anime, the Utakata arc, the Six Tails arc, that is objectively canon to the anime. There is no arguments about it. It just is. Literally,
we picked that as a contender. Yeah,
they have the filler play in canon episodes, and then Naruto remembers Utakata, and Utakata remembers Naruto. That is objectively canon to the anime.
Yeah, it's canon to the anime, but then I said for the manga, though, it's blatantly like he doesn't know him, so it's the least canon. It's not canon to the manga blatantly, but for the anime, yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, really quick. In the anime, it's shown that like teen Naruto teaches Konohamaru the Rasengan. In the manga, it's shown kid Naruto. Who do you think it is? Who's more canon in your eyes?
I think it makes more sense for teen Naruto to teach Konohamaru the Rasengan. I prefer the anime version.
Yes.
I didn't know that they... Wait, hold on.
Naruto.
When in the manga did they show Kid Naruto doing that?
I don't know, probably same place.
Is it when he's actually fighting pain in like real time?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's a kid at that point. I think it makes more sense for the... Because I think, you know, Naruto would have wanted to bond with Konohamaru at one point, at least for a short period of time. There are, like, it can fit within the story just fine. Naruto's 15 and a half at the start of the time skip. By the time you get to the pain arc, Naruto is 16. So you have, like, an entire 6 months to a year time span. There is definitely time where Konohamaru could have taught Konohamaru the Rasengan. Naruto could have taught Konohamaru the Rasengan. And I think it makes more sense because Naruto is more mature when he is 16. And he would be able to teach Konohamaru.
It could also just makes more sense for Konohamaru's age. He's of Naruto's age-ish when he learns it, not like a 6-year-old learning it or whatever. Like,
yeah.
I didn't know that the manga had him learn it like as a really, really young kid.
Yeah, he was.
So he's an academy student learning it?
He was 9.
Oh, he's learning it? That doesn't necessarily mean he learned it like Naruto did, like basically in a month.
How would he even have the semblance of chakra control to even attempt?
He's Konohamaru, the grandson of Lord Third.
He hasn't even learned to walk on walls. And
well, to be fair, Ebisu is his teacher, and I know, he gets clowned on because he's like so weak. Ebisu isn't actually weak, and he's, regardless of being strong, being a teacher is completely separate, and I think Ebisu is one of the, if
like
not the best teacher in all of Naruto.
In the village.
Yeah. And, like, we see when he teaches Naruto, like, the very first thing he teaches on is chakra control. So that is probably something he hammers with Konohamaru a lot. It could just be that Naruto specifically is bad at chakra control, which is why Ebisu focused on that. But, like, he didn't really know Naruto to that high of a degree.
I don't think so, because I think Ebisu, just because he, like, taught Naruto, hey, you should learn chakra control, but that's because Naruto's at the age to where learning that would be the most important for him, because he's at that stage of his ninja career. Konohamaru should be focusing on the fundamentals of being a shinobi first before even getting to chakra control.
I gotta see when this flashback is.
But
at this time in the story, I don't agree with that though, Sarn, because it's not like Boruto where they are training that in the academy, like walking up walls or whatever, doing the obstacle course. Here they are training for them to be child soldiers. Like, if anything, the lowest requirement is just make a clone jutsu and boom, you're off to war. Look at Obito.
That's not true, because when you get to the 4th grade ninja war, they didn't add them into war, because that's not necessary.
That's the 4th grade ninja war, though. That's later in the timeline.
Yeah, but it's only a span of, like, 3 years.
Okay.
Not much really changed.
You say only 3 years. You're downplaying it. That's 3 years. That's 1,000 days.
Actually, maybe they would have been fine with that, because Hiruzen was the Hokage at that time, and he was okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was his idea.
If anything, Tsunade, of all people, would be the most against it, in my opinion.
Yeah. So yeah. Utakata arc, that kidding arc, where they capture the 3 tails, I think you can consider that canon. I don't think there's any.
The Gurren arc.
I don't think there's any contradictions in that arc. I haven't watched it in 4 years.
We mentioned that as a contender too.
Yeah. So,
especially for the Data and Toby scenes.
But most Naruto fillers are like what if stories, or like what if we didn't. What if we just went on an adventure and had nothing to do with almost nothing of nothing of nothing. It just comes out of nowhere. What if we have Tamari have a Ninja Tool episode? So like,
okay, real quick. This is kind of funny. It doesn't make sense, but in the manga, Konohamaru is like he has the headband in his Genin outfit and looks maybe a little bit younger, but more so like his Part 2 age, while Naruto is still his Part 1 age. I don't know when Konohamaru became a Genin and like grew up before Naruto left the village, but he did.
What?
He does look younger, but he like also looks definitely older than he did in Part 1.
Send a picture.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my god.
Send a couple.
My brain is like fried today.
Oodie, just so you know, there is sexy jutsu in these images.
Yeah.
They make fake boobs, but
I'll do my best to avoid it, I guess. Is it like on the lower half and the upper half? Where is it?
It's actually in the mid, kind of everywhere.
You know what? I'll just put on the red filter. There, now we're safe. And I'll just not click to zoom in.
Konohamaru really imagines some big honkers.
This is now I understand why the anime changed it.
You can see where Konohamaru is.
Because this is just weird.
Like Konohamaru is like
just weird.
Looks a lot like his older age. It was.
So are you telling me that it took Naruto until the age of what? 11 or 12 to be a Genin, but Konohamaru's a Genin at 9?
Well, people can enter the academy at different ages.
Self. He looks just way older. Like in like 1 month,
wait, he
like grew up.
He looks way older than he did. Yeah, no, the anime was right to change this. The anime
completely different hairstyle and everything.
The anime's better. The anime's better here.
I'm also curious. Does Naruto like comment on the fact that Konohamaru became a Genin when he returns to the time skip? Because I thought he may have. Maybe he doesn't. But if he does, that's even more funny because Konohamaru was wearing the headband.
Well, isn't there like a 3 to 4 year age gap between Obito and Kakashi? Like Obito's significantly older.
No.
Yes.
Obito and Kakashi are like the same age.
They're the exact same age.
They should not be, because when was he made Jonin? Was that 6 or was that when he was made Chunin?
No, he was made Chunin at 6, Jonin at 11 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, Kakashi's like the youngest Genin in Chunin that I think we ever see.
Well, still, so he's made Chunin when he's 6, but we see that Chunin exams because Obito's in that Chunin exams with him.
Yeah, that's a retcon. Like, doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Because Obito doesn't become a Genin unless Obito became a Genin like 1 month later than Kakashi, and then took the Chunin exams with Kakashi. Kakashi's the only one who passed. Then maybe means Obito became a Genin at 5, but I don't think he did.
Konohamaru failed the Chunin exams. He didn't succeed.
Konohamaru? We're not talking about Konohamaru.
I mean, sorry.
Obito?
Obito failed the Chunin exams. He didn't succeed.
Yeah.
So why is it weird that they were in the Chunin exams at the same time?
Also, Konohamaru's not wearing his headband when Naruto returns to the village.
He's not.
He's just wearing the goggles.
The anime is
Send the picture.
No, sorry.
Okay, so
I'm eating some chicken wings.
That means in the manga, he goes from goggles to headbands to goggles back to headbands.
Yeah, like, is there a scene of Naruto commenting on Konohamaru being a Genin? Because the point was he wore the goggles until he became a Genin, just like Naruto.
Oh, you know what? This might be the most canon Shippuden episode then. The episode where Naruto's, like, old clothes get all raggedy and he puts them in the dresser, and, like, Jiraiya buys him the new clothes. Because, like, that's his outfit for all of Naruto.
So lovely. That's so lovely. I love that scene.
I know.
Yeah, but
I can't not see Konohamaru again until the pain arc.
I can't think of a lot of Naruto Shippuden episodes that I consider canon. Like the entire Kaguya filler episodes, throw that in the trash. It never happened.
Sure.
They are completely and utterly contradictory.
I like them, but they're completely contradictory.
I like them.
Yeah.
I like them. I thought that they were nice. I thought they added some stuff to Kaguya.
I liked it, but it does contradict
it doesn't
things in the
sense.
manga.
I think it's fine to say the story's canon, but the plot is completely filler.
Yeah.
The story is canon, but the plot is filler. What do you mean?
So the events that happen are filler, but like Kaguya's character and like her backstory is canon.
I think that
like the things that impact her.
I kind of disagree. I think that the concept of the story, like the main beats before you actually get to when she ate the chakra fruit, and actually, it's
the fight is really where it goes downhill.
It's kind of hard to think about like what parts I would consider canon. Like her coming down, and then her coming down, no horns, all that's fake. She had the third eye and she had the horns. The chakra fruit coming down, like bursting down
like
to
a
the ground,
glowing orb.
That's all filler.
Fruit, not a glowing orb.
Yeah, that's all filler that didn't happen. But the story about her falling in love, getting pregnant, retaliation, eating the chakra fruit, that's all canon. And
to be fair, Kamui, you could say it's a glowing orb because it's the earth chakra fruit, which is really ripe.
Really reap.
You could say it, yes.
I mean, I said it, so there you go.
Yeah, like you definitely can.
I definitely said it.
And you can say it. You'd be stupid though.
Yeah. Probably wrong, but you did say it. And you deserve props for it.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think the least canon would be the literal what if they did, where like Naruto and Sasuke fight before their actual fight.
Man, that what if could have been so awesome. I can't believe they wasted such a cool concept.
It was kind of awesome.
Which one?
The one where like Itachi jumps in the middle of them. The one where like Minato's still alive and both Minato and Naruto fight Pain. Naruto gets KCM against Pain.
Nice
isn't that like in the Jiraiya book filler thing?
No, Sasuke is also the Leaf Police. I might be mixing the two arcs up, like different events from both arcs, but like I know there's definitely the difference here.
The Leaf Police thing is
I
in
know
the Jiraiya filler one, I'm pretty sure.
No, Sasuke was part of the Leaf Police Force.
Yeah, so Sasuke does leave in that arc as well, which is really cool. We get to see it from like the teen perspective though.
Again, I like parts.
I think
of
that's
that
the
filler,
Jiraiya.
I think they could have done.
That's the Jiraiya book Tsunade filler arc, I'm pretty sure.
All right.
It's definitely two different ones, but yeah.
Which was your pick for the most filler one, Oodie?
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. It is the most filler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's a different arc though. I'd have to look at it again. I don't know. Maybe.
I just have to see what you mean. Because it doesn't sound like you mean Road to Ninja, so...
No.
Oh my gosh, Konohamaru.
Road to Ninja might be the most one of the most filler ones too. It's literally a limited Tsukuyomi.
Falls. Yeah.
Man, Konohamaru at the start of the time skip looks a lot younger than his anime counterpart.
Yeah, he's even out of the headband. Is he even getting it?
I don't know. Is he?
I don't know. Apparently
he
was getting
has
though.
To be.
Like 3 years ago when Naruto taught the Rasengan.
He wasn't getting.
he still can't do the clone jutsu, but he can do Rasengan.
Oh.
God.
That makes perfect
sense. I'm like, I guess we'll pass him because he knows how to do this jutsu, but it's not what we wanted. Like,
I don't know. I mean, we know chakra control also has to do with, like, walking up trees or walking on water, and that's, like, one of the first things that Jiraiya taught him. Taught Naruto.
Well, Konohamaru started that.
At the start of the time skip looks no different than what he did 3 years ago, like 2.5 years ago, but Naruto significantly taller.
Okay, Sauron. Is it in the manga, in part 1, when Orochimaru destroys the village, when we see Konohamaru and Iruka and, like, Moegi and Udon, they go to, like, evacuate the village? And they go to, like, hide out
I think so.
somewhere.
I think we get some scenes, just not
I remember it in the anime. I don't remember it in the manga though.
Remember what?
I think it's in the manga, just not as much of it. I'll let this just so much my hands.
I remember them in the pain arc evacuating people. I don't remember them doing that in the.
Hold on, I'll
It was definitely in the Roshimarth.
I know.
Well, because it's probably in both, where it is in the manga, just to a much lesser degree. Because I remember, like in the anime, they show like Hiruzen's face crack, and like Konohamaru takes big note of that. It's like his stone face, not like his real face.
I think they show the crack, but not the flashback about the snake. And the luck thing.
Yeah, okay.
If I remember right. Like, I think they show some things, but the anime just did more.
Is Zaku's full flashback in the manga?
No.
No, that's crazy.
I think you get, like, one panel.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Let me just look.
Surely all of, Kimimaro's flashback is in there. All of it.
Nope, not all of them.
Not all of it? What about, Kimimaro meeting Haku?
No, that's, anime only.
There's no way.
Pretty sure it's anime only.
That's crazy.
I'll look one thing at a time. So first, we have the Konohamaru.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna go to the bathroom to give you time to look before I keep spontaneously thinking of things.
Yeah, that does happen. So Konohamaru. Yeah, I looked it up. It does happen.
You've done the tuning exams thing, or?
Yeah. It happens.
Hey, I thought that happens. They just didn't show like the snake part or whatever, right?
Isn't it just crazy how like Konohamaru has like, even though he's completely hated on by the community, he has like some of the most watched Boruto clips of all time. Isn't that awesome?
Well,
like easily has some of the most watched Boruto clips of all time.
He's good for comedic relief.
No, I mean like anything he does that is even remotely at anything, it gets over 1 million views. Like literally anything he does.
Like Konohamaru's sexy jutsu.
Konohamaru's Rasengan, 5.4 million views.
Okay, but now look up Naruto's Rasengan and see the comparison.
Okay, sure. And that was done in a year. 3.2.
Really? Konohama's Rasengan got more than Naruto's Rasengan?
Okay, if you go to Crunchyroll's most popular videos, you will see a lot of Naruto clips that are like at the top, and then under that you'll have like Konohamaru clips. Like Konohamaru has a random Rasengan has about as many views as like Boruto versus Kawaki.
That's hilarious.
It's like, why? It's like, I don't know.
People really, really like.
They're thirsting for that Konohamaru content. They're thirsting for it. Yeah, Boruto opening 4 has less views than Konohamaru's Rasengan.
Oh yeah, Oodie's gonna be really disappointed. 100% of Kimimaru's flashback is filler.
Konohamaru has more views than Naruto and Sasuke versus Jougan.
That's crazy.
More views than Sarada versus Sakura. So I'm just saying. And it's like a 1 million difference. So, I'm just saying.
That's crazy.
Telling you, if Konohamaru had a solo fight at any point in the series, he would have one of the most viewed fights of all Boruto.
He kind of does with Jugo, but
yeah, that's at 16 million views.
What about the other guy he fights like early on in the anime?
I think that's at 3.2.
I wonder why.
Well, I guess nostalgia from I like Tamari versus Konohamaru, 7.7 million, 7.9 million views. It's like Konohamaru though. It's like, yeah.
Oh my god, this thing is stuck in my teeth.
I think people were just really thirsting for any amount of Konohamaru content. I think people had.
Yeah, they were so disappointed by it that every good moment they want to watch so bad.
Yeah, which is why I'm like, give him a solo fight. He will have some of the most viewed clips of all of Boruto, simply just because people are like, oh, this is interesting.
And what is the most viewed clip in Boruto on YouTube?
I think it's at 68 million views.
Like, what is it about?
Oh, 65. Naruto and Sasuke versus MomoShiki.
Yeah, so I figured like that would be the one.
And then the second most watched Boruto clip, which is literally insane, this is blasphemy, is Naruto versus Boruto.
Really?
Yeah, 17 million views. It's like, why?
That's
I mean, it's cool and all.
What was so crazy about that?
And then Momoshiki's Rasengan, that makes sense. I understand that.
Yeah.
Naruto versus Ishiki, I understand that too.
Oodie's still using the bathroom?
Yes, maybe he's pooping.
I want to tell Mo Kimimaro doesn't have any flashbacks.
Man, my brain is like completely fried. I've been listening to nothing but trans debates all day. While I'm doing my daily cleaning of the house and taking care of my dogs. That's all I ever do. My brain is just fried, my lord.
Did I miss anything juicy?
I hate when chicken gets stuck in your teeth.
No, we're just talking about the most watched Boruto clips.
Ooh. Is it a Rashiki?
Yeah, Oodie. Guess what?
Time slip arc? Yeah, what's up?
Not even close.
No?
Okay. How much of Kimimaru's flashback do you think is in the manga?
Most of it, I hope.
Percentage-wise, give it some percent.
Okay, 68%.
Go lower.
Oh god, no. Okay, 42.
Go lower.
Jesus, 16%.
Go lower.
0.
Yeah.
No, there's no way.
I was just as heartbroken when I saw that.
My favorite character.
I know. And it was so good too.
Most underrated character in all of Naruto. And I read a comment earlier today on one of Kimimaro's new Kimimaro theme remixes. He's like, the most overrated character in all of Naruto. I was so upset. How dare that person?
No!
No?
Crunchyroll removed Konohamaru versus Jougan from their channel.
Oh, that is the most popular now that you say it. Of course it is. Why did I think of that?
It had 16 million views and they removed it from their channel. What?
God. They might have unlisted it. Because if you unlist it, the views don't go away.
They also removed Konohamaru's Wednesday Rasengan, and that had 4.4 million views.
Oh, that would have a lot, yeah. I remember that.
They removed... Why did all of his clips get removed? Why? That is absurd.
I still remember people comparing that to, like, Luffy Gear 5 having, like, 2 million views or whatever. After the first week, I forget what it was.
I was doing that.
Yes.
Of course, I was making more, like... less disingenuous claims. It's like, okay. I was comparing Konohamaru's Rasengan in that episode 257 and comparing it to Year 5 Luffy punching Kaido in the face, and how Konohamaru got more views in the same amount of time.
No, I was on full troll mode when I saw
one
that.
Of the biggest One Piece videos.
I took that and I ran with it. I was like a fire on fire.
But as for like the Boruto arcs that I consider the most canon, okay,
that are filler, or rather that are anime only.
Okay, of course the Academy arc, of course the Genin graduation exams arc.
We gotta pick one.
That's a good contender. I might go with that one.
Oh, I can only pick one?
Yeah, like the most canon.
Oh.
It might have to be the graduation exams arc then. Because like that obviously happened.
I'm going with car actuation arc.
Okay, but that one doesn't count. We're excluding that one because it's obvious.
It's too canon to be considered not canon.
Of course, I'm going with the car actuation arc. Like literally, okay. So people separate post car actuation arc and the car actuation arc. They're part of the same arc. I don't know why there's a separation. Like like the last 3 episodes of car actuation. Those are not listed as part of the same arc, and it's like what?
Okay, people also combine the war arc though, when realistically it's not.
Just because you change locations doesn't mean the arc is different.
I know.
Like the Kawaki arc. The Kawaki arc is literally from 190 to 292.
No, it's even earlier than that. Because 189 is the episode of Kawaki versus Garo.
Yeah.
Well, that's finishing the Owl arc.
Which is kind of dumb. I never liked that.
Yeah.
Always
that's finishing
hated
the
that.
Owl arc. 190 is when Kawaki's character arcs.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So 190 to 220, that is where the arc stops, because that is with at the end of Ishiki, then done with Kawaki's character development and all of that. That's when that stops. But people have this weird separation between when Ishiki is revived. They call that the Ishiki resurrection arc, and I'm like, but nothing changed. This is still the same arc. Nothing. I don't understand why.
Yeah, it's just one long arc
here. It's just an arc that just so happens to be 40 episodes. Wait.
People are silly billies. But no, war arc is definitely 3 arcs.
I mean 30 episodes, whatever. But,
yeah, it's 30 chapters long too.
Only you would like call out you for that, so don't worry.
Only you.
I mean, I noticed it. I just wasn't gonna say anything.
Yeah. Oh. I've said it since day one. The Kara arc should have been 6 episodes longer in total for better pacing, because screw the freaking faithful adaptation from the manga. And then Sasuke should have seen Code during the Code arc when he goes to, like, reveal Ada. I was saying about that just the other day. Even more ways where it's just the best thing of all time because of freaking the Senrigan.
Repeat what you said? The Kara arc should have been 6 more episodes?
Yeah. Like Ishiki arc, Kara arc, Kawaki arc, whatever you want to call it.
I think that it should... I think they should have...
They should have expanded it 6 more episodes. Like, it should have had 6 more episodes of new content. It should have been the same content over the course of 6 episodes.
It should have been, the entire character arc that Boruto goes over of episode 220. They should have stretched that over the course of 6 episodes, and then add some expansions of content. Them talking about whether or not we'll still be able to go on missions, rather than having that entire episode wrap up in 1 episode. You could have stretched that content over the course of 6 episodes. What is Team 7 gonna do? Talking about the probabilities of how whether or not Boruto would even be able to go on missions. They could have stretched that to 6 episodes, and also given more emotional scenes. Yeah, and then
they could have just stretched out other things too, like with Boro, his cult, with Code, his backstory, whatever. Like Delta, so like they could have added more to other characters too.
Could have been stretched. They also could have done. The whole thing of like people complain of like, why didn't they add flashbacks for characters? It's not for the car members. It's like they can't make something out of nothing. If there's no precedent for their character having a flashback within the manga, there's nothing to expand. So like, I understand why they didn't do it.
If they work with the manga to know that they won't get a flashback in the future, like Boro, for example, I'm fine with them adding completely original things to the anime. Like Boro's cult, we didn't really get that at all in the manga.
No,
but that's kind of like
the anime introduced it first, and then the manga introduced it next.
Not like Boro's cult and like the side thing in the Land of Snow. I mean like him talking about the Otsutsuki.
Oh yeah, that is completely anime original.
Yeah.
It was only
like that kind of stuff I'm completely on board with. And then Delta goes to destroy it.
So really they could have made that arc a little longer. I agree there. They could have stretched out Boruto's character arc over the course of 220, made that a little longer. If they wanted to do the Funata arc, I understand wanting to wrap up and I understand wanting to finish some of the characters that were left earlier on in the anime, and then introducing Bunten for later on within the anime story. That all makes sense to me. The arc has a lot of flaws, though. It has a lot of issues. So I understand doing that arc, but the Himawari arc should have been placed probably directly after Kawaki's character arc that he had from about 229 to 231. I mean 228 to 230, because
I think Kawaki would have been way. Oh wait, 220 to 230, so right after the Kawaki arc.
Yeah,
okay.
so right after that.
I could say like before, like right after he's introduced, like no, dude, Himawari's dying. Like
yeah.
In the Jaggy Wolf episode, doesn't he have the PTSD nightmare at the beginning? Kawaki,
yeah,
where like everyone's dead. Yeah, that could have just been in the Kara arc, and then just remove the Jaggy Wolf episode.
Yeah.
Or
exactly.
is that the same episode where Kawaki wants to leave the village?
Granted, the manga does the same thing, just in a different
episode?
way, but it has to do with Kawaki thinking he's an outcast.
Kind of.
They just do it twice.
But in this case, it was more so he was afraid that Jougan was literally going to kill everyone. Not that he's an outcast.
Yeah, it's a lot like the whole code thing. It's the same exact thing as the code thing, just placed at a different time.
Sarin, I forget, is when he leaves the village or tries to leave the village, is that in the Jaggy episode, or is that after his first mission where the kid dies?
Oh no, that's in the car.
Jaggy episode.
It's in the car arc, and in the episode of Himawari.
I don't mean like the very beginning. Episode. I mean like later on.
It takes place directly after Boruto, MomoShiki became Boruto. So basically,
do you know which episode?
It's the Jaggy episode.
209.
I'm telling you.
209.
It's the Jaggy episode that he like tries to lead the village.
209. It's like towards the middle-ish end.
Yeah,
okay, you're right. 209. Yeah.
The character arc, what Kawaki was going through there is that he was scared that Jougan would come here.
This is indeed the Jaggy
Basically,
episode.
Kawaki's insecurities were like, he doesn't belong in this village. He's endangering everybody's lives here. He's growing some sort of connection with some people in this village, and he doesn't want to put them in any danger, so he should leave. He doesn't belong here. He's a danger to everyone.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's the Jaggy episode.
Good episode. Really good episode.
But yeah, so I think after the kid dies, what they should have done is right after that arc, they wanted to do the Himawari arc. That would have been and have Kawaki in it, which I completely opposed to that, but sure. They should have put the Himawari arc directly after that arc. Because
like, yeah, you built that mission. There's another chance.
That is a better place for it. And then do the Funato arc, and then do the what's it called?
The bird thing, the hawk thing.
Yeah, then do the hawk thing, and then do
survival games. You mean
the Squid Game arc? Yeah.
Well, that's the same arc, but like, well, I don't even consider the bird hawk thing its own arc because it's 2 episodes.
Yeah.
And it's not even 2 episodes. It leads into the survival games.
I also think what they should have done is
1.5 episodes.
The Himawari arc should have been a lot more focused on Himawari and her training to be a shinobi. It should have actually even involved more of Hayashi, Hyuga, and Hanabi. They should have basically, after Himawari reawakened her Byakugan, it should have been an episode where Hanabi comes to the house in order to take Himawari to continue her Hyuga training, in order to make her develop a little bit more sharper skills, because that was hinted towards in Boruto episode 8 or 9 about if she reawakens her Byakugan, take her to us and we'll deal with it. That never happened, and that's something that they could have focused on there. The Himawari arc just should have been focused more on Himawari, and that princess should have died. Princess should have died.
I liked her though.
She kind of did, or at least we thought she did for like a good minute.
The whole reason
I had faith she was gonna live because
the whole reason
I liked her enough.
My idea was essentially like the reason why she should die is because it should be a ripple effect for Kawaki, and to show a lot of his inadequacies, and his ability to not be able to protect the people around him on these missions that he's been going on. which would make him even more
better yet,
secure
make it so that he could have protected him if he used karma or something.
No, I completely agree. The ending of this was terrible because it led into the code arc. It was like the exact opposite theme that he needed to learn there.
Yeah, and he basically what it would have basically taught him is that he's not powerful, he's not strong, he can't protect Naruto, which would have made him even more insecure over Code eventually coming to come take Naruto. It would have led directly into that section of his character. And then you can lead to the Hinata arc, where Kawaki is more broody than he was, and the Himawari arc, showing how, although he started over the course of the Himawari arc, he kind of got uplifted again, but as soon as a person died that he couldn't protect yet again, just like it happened in the arc before, he would slowly start to descend back down to who he was before. Which is why he's so rude, quite frankly, just rude and uncooperative in the Funato arc. That could work. And then
in that case, with the end of the Funato arc, with Boruto dying, you can involve Kawaki more there, to where he's next to Sarada and Mitsuki trying to get Boruto to stop. But then also leading into the code arc as well, you could then have MomoShiki take over when Boruto's trying to drown himself, and then MomoShiki's the one that takes out all the bad guys, and then Kawaki sees that, and that leads into MomoShiki being like the big bad guy in the code arc from Kawaki's perspective.
Now I have a slightly different...
Well, the problem with that, though, is it diminishes Code being the big bad guy to Kawaki a little bit, I think.
I mean, when MomoShiki takes over, yeah.
I have slightly different ideas.
Because, like, if MomoShiki is, like, his big fear, he's not going to leave the village for Code. Like,
it also, it not only does it make more sense in the Code arc, but it makes more sense for the, well, it doesn't diminish Code in the Code arc, but it also makes more sense for the Prophecy arc.
No, because Kawaki won't want to kill himself and leave the village for Code if MomoShiki is on his mind.
But in Kawaki's mind, Boruto doesn't even exist. It's just Borushiki. Like, he only sees Borushiki in his mind.
My point is, if he fears MomoShiki, Borushiki, whatever, because of, something that happened sooner, like, if he doesn't trust, basically, if he's worried about MomoShiki killing Naruto, I don't think he has his plan that he does with Code, to go meet Code, sacrifice himself to get Code to leave the village alone, because that still doesn't solve MomoShiki. But at the time, he doesn't really think about MomoShiki as much,
which is basically why I wouldn't do something like that. So for my idea at that time was basically as simple as I would have made it so Kawaki bonded with Kagura more throughout that arc. So when Kagura dies, there's more of an emotional connection and a reason why Kawaki is so upset. Yet again, leading to more paths of destruction for Kawaki and his reckless behavior in the code arc. And basically, right after that, when Boruto goes to go attempt to drown, I would have had MomoShiki come to Boruto in their mental headspace that they have.
Kamui, are you okay?
My gosh. Are you okay? You choked on your water?
Do you need help?
No. I had to cough up some gross shit.
So clearly. I would have had Boruto and MomoShiki communicate
Kamui, you want to mute or?
Space.
I would if I was with my phone.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I might just cut all that out if you just want to like repeat all of that really quick.
I would have basically what I would have had is.
Hang on, sorry. Kamui, are you okay?
Drink water, my dude.
Please.
That's not the problem. I'm just saying.
Alright, are you good?
Alright. I think we're fine, kind of.
Okay, from the top.
Basically, what I would have done is basically.
Dude, there's no way around it. Just keep talking.
One more time. Alright, let's go. Let's do it.
Basically, what I would have done is basically when Boruto goes and is almost drowning in the water, I still would have had Ika to save him, but slightly before that, MomoShiki would have basically stopped time in Boruto's mental headspace. So over the course of those 3 seconds, MomoShiki and Boruto would have an entire conversation in their mental headspace that they have inside of the anime. And basically, MomoShiki would have an entire villain monologue saying, "Those pills that stopped me," because in the anime, the pills stopped MomoShiki's stuff 100%. It was not continuing. MomoShiki in that moment would have confirmed the Boruto. Your pills that you thought were a complete stopgap, I was able to overcome that. Which means you were starting to download more information slower with these pills, but you're still downloading the information. That was never gonna last. And he would basically torment Boruto, saying something along the lines of, you cannot stop me, you can't stop what's coming. And then MomoShiki would kind of fade into the background, and then Boruto would be saved by Ikada, and then Boruto would have in his mind that, like MomoShiki is back. I thought he was gone. I thought I was no longer progressing in my MomoShiki transformation. But he is still, and that would kind of start Boruto's mental decline in a way.
To be fair, he does kind of have that similar talk after awakening his karma seal against Funato. Or Funamushi.
Well, that was more so him not... He more so said in that moment, hey, I don't want to rely on the powers of MomoShiki. That's all that really was.
But he also did mention the pills, because, like, it should have just stopped all of that, I think. I forget exactly what happened, but... He said
that conversation was nowhere near as in-depth as it needed to be.
I agree.
All they really did was regurgitate stuff. They didn't really say anything new about, like, what Boruto thought about the situation. Yeah. The fact that his karma was even working to begin with. That conversation was nowhere near as in-depth as it should have been.
Really quickly, so two things along this line here. First of all, I think that the pills were just completely wasted opportunity. The fact that they actually did just slow down the Otsutsukification, and that, like, there was nothing else. There's just no secret ulterior motive to Amado or anything that we know.
Yeah, adding side effects in these arcs in the Funata arc of taking these pills, and actually showing Boruto has the pills on him and taking them throughout the Funata arc to suppress MomoShiki's power, and then showing the side effects, him becoming a little weaker in certain instances.
So the side effects had absolutely zero impact on the story. Boruto had a heart attack at the end of a chapter. Oh no, what's gonna happen? Next chapter immediately gets up.
Yeah, the anime should have added that stuff. That could have been good.
Yeah,
I mean,
but then also...
They don't have to do that, though. It's not their job. But it would have been nice.
But also, him slowing down the Otsutsukification, like, a week before the Otsutsukification is going to stop anyways because he's going to die, what's the point of that in the story? Like, why were the pills introduced into the story in the first place? What, to show that Boruto's resolved to risk dying or whatever because the pills could have killed him? But he already
mostly was. It seems to be just so he would awaken the true essence thing.
But he could have just done that without the pills. Like that could have all just been
I like the idea that you said about having Amado have some ulterior motive with it. Would have been so much cooler, just for building up Amado more.
That could have even been like the Jougan awakening.
Yeah, they were kind of pointless.
Yeah.
MomoShiki literally says they're pointless. Like,
yeah. And then,
it's canonically pointless.
So not only was that dumb, but like going along with Sauron's idea, you could have had just the same idea of MomoShiki being like, oh, the pills didn't work. You could have just had that during the Boruto drowning moment, so that could have worked for my idea as well. But then also this works with my idea, going back to that, because I forgot why. Darn it.
Yeah, because they need to confirm in the anime that the pills weren't a complete stopgap, because once you get to the code arc, they just kind of reveal like, yeah, the pills weren't working as good as you thought they were. And it's like, oh, there was no hints towards that, because in the anime they said it was a complete stopgap. Like
yeah, it's completely stopped. You're fine.
Which is why they should have had it in the drowning moment. MomoShiki. Not only does it make more sense for MomoShiki to come in that moment, making the scene more in line with how the story should be going. It just makes more sense. It just works better. And not only that, you have Sarada awaken her third Tomo in that moment. You have to. There's legit, you can't have her not awaken it. You should.
Oh, they did.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But they can.
Yeah.
Okay, but back to things that I actually do know what I'm talking about, I think. All right, you're probably going to disagree with this, both of you, but I think Kawaki leaving the village in the code arc was probably the worst moment in all of Boruto. Like, not worse in terms of, like, oh, this is crazy. But like worse in terms like poorly written. Obviously, aside from me and Kamui, obviously aside from the time skip. I mean, like in Boruto Part 1.
Okay, because I'm like, that's my easy pick there.
Yeah, obviously. But like I think.
Okay, but what about MomoShiki's prophecy just being wrong?
Okay, again, that doesn't count. I'm plumping that in with the end of Part 1.
So anything in Chapter 80 doesn't count.
Yes. And 79.
My pick is
80
Boruto being 100% Otsutsuki, even though he's not 100%
even though he's 83,
Otsutsuki,
but then there's 17% that's not there, but it is there, but it's not, but it is.
Yeah, I think that's my worst written pick there. MomoShiki converted to Boruto's DNA, which is not Otsutsuki.
Which decompressed it,
yet he's
but
100%
it's
Otsutsuki.
compressed.
But because it was originally Otsutsuki, he's now, it's like, bro, it doesn't matter. You changed it. That's the point.
What explanation are you going? I still don't know what happened to this day.
Like, yeah, that's my pick over the Kawaki. I mean, I think it was stupid of Kawaki, no offense, but like, he actually thought Ko was just gonna be like, okay, sure.
Yeah, like, it's not only stupid in character, and it's not only stupid out of character. Anyway. It's stupid no matter how you look at it, regardless from Kawaki's perspective, from anyone's perspective in universe, or from the audience's perspective. All three look at it as just stupid. What are you doing?
It's just like, yeah, bro, like, Ko was never gonna just actually keep his promise. Like, I mean, I would say Kawaki, have you ever watched a movie before? But the answer is no, he probably hasn't.
Well, they do have movies in the universe. So.
Yeah, but Kawaki, he wasn't getting any of that
I mean,
shit.
to be
He
fair,
couldn't even get dinner, let alone a
technically,
movie.
you can't prove he's watched a full movie, but he has 100% canonically watched a movie before. In fact, I'm pulling it up on my screen right now.
What, the goldfish movie?
No. Kawaki. I wish I could get the perfect screenshot of this. Let me just mute this. Is this gonna show? Is it gonna walk through? Okay, well, whatever. Good enough. All right. So look in chat. So there's a movie on TV right there, and then here's a different angle.
Right, I know what you're talking about now.
Room. Yeah. So Kawaki is there with the movie on TV, and he's not just avoiding it, like he walks past the TV screen and everything. So he does watch a movie. Like he knows they exist and everything.
I mean, if I see 1 second of a movie, I'm not going to say I watched the movie. I watched 1 second of the movie.
But you aren't going to say you haven't watched a movie because you have watched a movie.
No, it's not.
To be fair, you didn't watch the movie. Yeah, but you've watched a movie. Again, well, you're equating watch. You're equating watch to like the like idea of seeing the whole movie. Like watch the movie in terms like that as a phrase instead of watch by itself. Like watch, you've just seen something. You watched it. So yeah, he has watched a movie.
A movie would imply like I'm not gonna say I watched a movie last night if I watched 1 second of a movie and then did something else. I'm gonna say I watched part of a movie, max.
I think you say you watched a movie. Because you did.
No, because you didn't watch a movie.
Okay, but listen to it this way. The spoilers are dropping.
I'm not going to say I read the chapter if I've read the spoilers.
Okay, but that's
example.
Different. No, that's different because it's not the same thing.
How is it not the same thing? I read more of the chapter in the spoilers than Kawaki did of this movie.
Yeah, but the spoilers aren't the chapter. He's watching the movie.
If I read the first page of chapter 3 and stopped, I'm not going to say I read chapter 3.
Okay, whatever.
I actually really like the layout of this room.
I know, right? It's a really good room.
Composition.
He is not listening to us.
It's actually a really nice shot.
I don't blame him.
Like,
until you
really
zoom in, then it looks a little pixelated.
If this shot was better drawn and more detailed, this would actually be a really good angle, a really good frame.
I love the frogs, frog pillow and frog plushie.
But I love the framing of this. I like how it goes from.
So what do you think about the bunny?
Kaguya reference.
Oh, okay, since we're all looking, I guess I don't have to share my screen. So what do you think the thing is above Naruto and Hinata? Is that a vent? Is that a generator? Is that a projector?
Like a AC or a heater or some vent thing.
Air conditioner. Yeah. What do you mean? It does not look like any air conditioner I've ever seen before.
You've never seen an air conditioner that looks like this?
Not like that, no.
Yeah, this looks more like high grade. This isn't like it's like one at like my gym. Like it's not like which isn't that high grade, but
well, to be fair, those look black, but like I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't even think those are AC. Those are just like air vent blower things.
I mean, they could be an AC unit though.
Sure, I guess so. But like, nah, I don't know. In a home, I've never seen one like that in a home.
Well, Naruto's the Hokage, dude. He's not worried about money.
Fair enough. Well, I don't know about that either.
So what do you think's the stuff to the left of the flower pot?
I'm so glad you're gonna ask that because I was gonna ask more questions. Okay, so the flower pot
soda cans
under the soda can. Where are you looking?
No, are those soda cans like to the left?
Oh, you mean to the left of the flower pot with like the green leaves on it?
You mean
on top of that counter there, to the right of Naruto. Cup. Okay, so to the left of that, those just. I think that's like a drying rack. Like I'm sure his like front dish sink thing is there to like wash the dishes. So that's probably the drying rack.
So what's in the basket? What's in the basket to the right of the flower?
You know what? I'm zooming in.
I don't know.
Do you think it's rice cakes? Or something?
I do find it weird that they just randomly have bread.
It is probably a packaged thing like rice cakes. Yeah, I'm thinking like. I can't like the Chick-fil-A wrappings they have for like sandwiches or whatever. It looks like that.
Is that bread just behind Naruto too?
Behind?
Yeah, that's bread.
Oh yeah, that's
absolutely. They just have bread in baskets.
All right. So what I'm thinking, the more interesting thing to me here. So Kawaki's excuse for leaving is to throw something away. What is that to the left? Down of Kawaki, the like red and blue bin. It looks like recycling bin. Yeah. So Kawaki is being a bad person because he's throwing away recyclable. What is it? Newspaper or comic books? It's some type of paper. He is hurting the environment. He's destroying the earth. He's trying to actively save.
All right, more questions, Oodie. So you see those books on the left, right behind the frog pillow, and to the left of the bunny?
Yeah.
What do you think they're about?
They could be Jiraiya's books, but I sincerely doubt Hinata would have those in her home
like
with children.
They're too big. They look like kids' books.
Oh, you know what? The front one kind of looks like Himawari's art from that Inojin episode we were talking about earlier.
Oh, you know what? I agree with that.
With the blue sky, yeah.
Maybe they're all just Himawari's drawings.
Yeah.
By the way, I think Hinata does have the books in the house because Naruto probably has them.
Yeah, they're in Naruto's room.
They're not going to be out in the open because that's.
We know in Naruto Retsuden, Hinata does have a book of like Neji's training routine, but like that's stored away. But I don't know if by the end, if she's comfortable having that like out in the open. So one of these could be one of Neji's journals.
Wait, what
do you think's on the refrigerator? What's written on those?
I was thinking that too. It's gotta be something for like Himawari in the academy. Like some.
Well, I'm more so like what the heck
report.
Are those windows above the lights?
Card.
Are those windows? Just two random windows right there.
On the very left.
I think like.
Yeah, above. Okay, so above the plushies, there's these two black.
Yeah, those are windows.
Are those windows?
I think those are windows.
Yeah, it's one of those sliding windows from the left to the right. So right now it looks like it's slid to the right, so the window should be open. So they're letting in like lightning bugs and all sorts of things in their houses right now. And you can tell it's open based on the light, like it's reflecting off the window, but not off the other one because it's open to let in the night.
This is a really nicely storyboarded shot. It's really nice. There's so much here in this room.
I know.
All right, next question. Do you think those chairs are soft or like really hard? The green chairs.
Oh, they look soft. They definitely look soft. You can tell based on like the fabric, like the texture. Absolutely, they're like not foam, but like cloth.
No, I'm pretty sure. I think that's actually probably leather. Actually,
okay.
maybe not. Okay, it could either be leather or it's cloth. It's either one of those. because there are like leather chairs that do look like that. They have like a leather around them, but they're like soft and plushy on the inside.
So the pictures to the left of Hinata, it looks like one of them's Minato. What's the one in the blue frame though? Is that Boruto?
It looks like it's Naruto or Boruto to me.
You know what? It does look like adult Naruto kneeling over, holding a baby Boruto.
Yeah, something like that. Alright, so you see where Kawaki is. To the left is like a calendar. What's the red? There's like red things holding papers. What do you think those papers are? Hokage papers?
I think so. They gotta be some sort of work report. Like a clock in, clock out thing. Not that, but like some kind of work report. It's gotta be.
What about to the left of the fridge? What's back there?
We are very stupid individuals. I have no idea what we're doing.
Alright, this is the last one. Left. We are. This is. Have you never wondered? Like, have you never wondered like the layout of Konoha, for example? No. Like, those are like the big questions that you always want answered.
Wait, Oodie, do you have a photo of Sasuke's house?
Probably, but we're not doing that right now. This has got to be like a food pantry, though. Like a place to store the dry dishes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, so it's 2:17. I got a dip. This was interesting.
It is. Yeah.
My throat really hurts. I had a little acid reflux, and it's really...
Alright, before you go, Sauron, one more idea. Let me get your perspective on this, because this goes completely against the idea you were saying earlier, but I've had this idea in my head for hours. Okay, the Himawari arc, I'm going to place it at a completely different spot in the timeline. The Himawari Kawaki arc, the filler arc or whatever. Okay, just let me cook, because you're going to immediately disagree with this. We shouldn't have got it yet.
Before...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay. So, where we should have got it, after Boruto Part 1, in Boruto Part 2, before the time skip, but this is the time skip arc. So it is after the prophecy arc. Boruto's gone. Himawari in the prophecy arc at the beginning is like, all right, I want to be a ninja now. So going into the Himawari arc where we see her in the academy, she's trained to become a ninja, but because of omnipotence, first of all, we get Himawari's reaction to omnipotence, and we see her train to become a ninja to protect Kawaki now instead of Boruto. But then we also get to see the shift of like, oh man, I think Boruto's actually innocent, like we see in Two Blue Vortex, I think chapter 1. But then also the dynamic between Kawaki, well, first of all, then we get to see Kawaki's reaction to omnipotence itself as well. Like his reaction, the ramifications directly after, we can see him deal with that in his own way. And then Himawari can be there, and he can't tell her, but he can like grieve over it, like feel guilty or whatever, but he can't tell Himawari it. But that's such a good dynamic there. But that also builds on the dynamic between Himawari and Kawaki, which also builds into Two Blue Vortex chapter 2, where Himawari's like, big bro, and Kawaki's like, don't call me that. It would have been so good just to see all of this right here in the timeline. Would have been so good. What do you think? Sauron?
I like it.
Thank you. That's the validation I've been waiting for the past 3 hours.
Okay, so the idea of that, I mean, it's not that I disagree. I would agree that is interesting, but like the whole concept was just as simple as if we had to rearrange and change aspects of the stuff that already existed in the Boruto anime, what would we do? Yeah, I would. So you just kind of like
stretch the limits. Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking outside the box is what I'm doing.
There, so it's like yikes. Because of course I could have added stuff like, hey, they should have done an arc in between, you know, right after the survival arc is done. They should have done an arc leading up to the Code arc, showing what Code was doing before he even made it to Ada, to fill in the gaps of where Code was for the past month and a half that passed.
To be fair, even though we haven't got it in the anime, we have got confirmation the anime is coming back, and we have got the manga for Two Blue Vortex. So I am still placing it within the bounds, just not the same bounds. Like, I'm not making stuff up. I'm still placing it in the timeline that we have, where it could be best, in my opinion, if you write it like this. I don't know. I think the irony there of Himawari not only training to become a ninja because she said so in the prophecy arc, and that's cool to see her motive, her drive, especially leading into the time skip, but also the irony of her training for the wrong person, and then that wrong person also being there.
Yeah, but you're just but that's not really place in the Himawari arc in a different spot. That's more so just making a new arc.
No, it's not at all. No.
It is, because the Himawari arc isn't actually about her training to be a ninja. She literally says at the end of that arc, yeah, I'm just having fun. It wasn't to train to be a ninja. She just wants to go through the academy experience.
Well, he's gonna change the arc a little bit.
No, don't say that. You're giving him the win. Listen, you gotta read in between the lines of what Himawari is saying.
There is no in between the lines.
She's tricking Kawaki when she says that.
Yeah. So this is what I mean. You went completely outside the parameter like you always do, Ood. You tried to make something different. I get it. That wasn't the original concept.
Okay, but again, outside the boundary, but it still does within the boundary, is Sasuke spying on Code and Ada. Should have happened. Biggest missed opportunity.
I agree.
In the anime.
Sasuke should have at least
in the Code arc
something related to the hideout on screen. Like we just get one panel of him finding like this freaking scroll that's Bug's name. I don't give a fuck.
Because
something
in the manga, in the second half of the Code arc,
how did we find out who Bug is? What did he do? We don't know. He just says it.
After.
We should have seen Sasuke going there.
No, not just going there, but specifically we see the Code arc with Code meeting Ada and all that from Sasuke's perspective. Like the camera view is just Sasuke's eyes.
He's outside from a window and he's like, "Damn, this is bad."
But then again, that works especially well to build the tension because Ada has the Senrigan, so the entire time Sasuke can be on edge and the audience can be like, "Oh my god, he's about to be caught. He's about to be found out. They're about to find him."
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, it's kind of like when Sasuke, like when Jougan shows up when Sasuke's spying in the Ten Tails place.
Literally same thing.
He's just like hiding.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's like the same idea.
That's hoping that that is something. This is the last thing I'll say. That is something that I hope that when Boruto does come back, they do add where Sasuke was, what he was doing.
Oh, it's too late now because we know where he was during that time. He was there in the Land of Snow. We just don't know it till after the fact, and we don't see it.
Well, we don't know that. For all we know, he just
no. He does say it. He does say it.
Grandma Josephine spying.
He
and
says
him,
it when he comes back in the at the end of the Code arc.
No, he doesn't say where he was.
He says Land of
Snow.
No, he does say Land of Snow.
He was in the Land of Snow.
Then where am I getting the Land of Snow from? Because the Land of Snow is from the freaking first movie. Doesn't even exist outside of there.
Yeah, he can. Okay, it's the same as Jiraiya. Just has people giving him intel. We don't know.
We do know he says it. Sasuke says it.
He doesn't say he was there.
He does.
No, he doesn't.
You're just wrong.
How much you want to bet?
They can simply do. No, it's not too late because
how much you want to bet, Oodie?
Sauron, what's the answer?
Okay, it's not too late because what they can simply do is stretch out the time in between those to add what Sasuke was doing during that time, and then have Sasuke show up. Basically, you would have it be like a flashback, and then he shows up. Or you have him show up, and then show a flashback of what he was doing during that time. Because in the anime, Sasuke never came back to the village, unlike where he was in the manga. So it would just be less clunky in the anime than it is in the manga. Because in the manga, Sasuke's in the village, leaves for half a day, and comes back. In the anime, Sasuke leaves for like weeks and then will come back, so it's a little less jarring. But they can still show what he was doing at that time.
So, Oodie, as I said, he just says, "I have intel. It concerns Code's whereabouts." And then he's like, Shikara's like, "What are Boruto's cult facilities? I thought we
hit chapter
them all."
69?
And he explains like that there's this place in the snow that's considered taboo by locals. It seems they engaged in inhumane rituals. All this shit that it's not like he saw the inhumane rituals. Like he got intel from someone.
Yeah,
but that's where he was the whole time because everyone's like in the Code arc, "Where's Sasuke?" And then he says, "Oh, I was in the Land of Snow."
He could be there, but I'm saying that he doesn't say he was there. They should have shown him.
You're looking in the wrong
But we don't know
place.
if he actually was there or if he just has some guy getting him intel.
By the way, what's up, Sauron?
That is actually what I think it was. I don't think Sasuke ever saw Code or Ada. I think I agree. I think he was told information and then was like, "Okay, deuces."
In the manga, there's nothing implying he saw it or that he was there. I'm saying that they could have made him there.
He said he was there.
No,
so you lied.
I meant at Boro's hideout. Inside Boro's hideout. We know he was in the Land of Snow.
Like, before Code got there?
You realize the Land of Snow is bigger than just Boro's hideout, right? Yeah, during the Code arc.
Okay, but you made it sound like he was at Boro's hideout.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you made it sound like
How? I never said Boro's hideout. I said the Land of Snow.
He said he was there.
I literally said the Land of Snow from movie 1. Do you see Boro's hideout in movie 1?
We don't even know if he was in the Land of Snow or not. He may have been.
He was in the Land of Snow. He was absolutely in the Land of Snow.
We have no proof.
And he says it.
No, he doesn't. I'm literally looking at it.
Read between the lines. You're not reading between the lines.
We want him to have been there, but it's possible that he just has an intel guy who was there, and not him.
Oh yeah, who's the intel guy?
I know, who was Jiraiya's intel guy?
Okay, so filler.
We don't know.
Filler. So he was the intel guy.
We don't know
that. Sasuke is Sasuke's intel guy.
It is definitely Itachi.
Because it doesn't even make sense.
I don't think Jiraiya knew that Itachi was a good guy.
Does make sense.
If Itachi was Jiraiya's intel guy, Jiraiya didn't know it.
Yeah,
kind of like how in Attack on Titan, if you've seen it anyway.
I have intel. It concerns codes.
Just for example, there's a guy called what's his name, Oodie?
Okay.
On the edge of the Land of Snow, he says it.
He has there's a guy that was giving them intel. Nobody knew who the intel guy was. They just called him some name until he revealed himself to Grisha.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. It was Itachi, but Jiraiya didn't know it was Itachi. That's what my.
That's fine with me. Yeah, I'm just saying I don't think Jiraiya knows that it's Itachi.
Yeah, exactly. And as for Sasuke, who could be his connections? Well, Sasuke literally said in Boruto episode 151 that he has connections to the underground because of all of his travels, which means people who are in the Land of Snow, if they have any affiliation with that Boro hideout, he could have been told by a Boro hideout member via intel that Code and Ada were here, because those are bad people. They would probably have connection to the underground places, and Sasuke contacted them, and he was able to get information.
Dude, how do you even interpret this as Sasuke has an intel guy?
If he says he has intel.
Okay.
Do you know how far away the Land of Snow is, by the way? Like, did he just go? Everything that happens, the other chapter happens in, like, one day. So, like,
okay.
Did he run all the way there
light
and
speed.
In, like...
Yes. He did.
No,
you realize it's far enough away for them to travel there in Naruto movie 1.
His travel speed is not speed.
He can fly with the Susanoo. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, but he doesn't, so...
He does in the Shin arc.
He definitely was not flying with his Susanoo.
Prove
was called. That's a good way to make Code spot him.
Okay, then fly 99% of the way there and then just stop flying. He's a freaking Sasuke. He's a reconnaissance person.
Yes, having this giant 50-meter.
He can make the partial Susanoo. Just the wings of the Susanoo. That's fine.
In the Land of Snow.
It's the Land of Snow. So what's gonna camouflage him? No, because there's snow in the air. So if they look up, they're gonna see the snow, not the Susanoo, because it's snowing.
No, they would see.
It's a blizzard.
All visibility.
It's a blizzard. Look at it.
Dark purple, glowing.
There's such a thick. It's like a fog. It blocks particle visibility.
Dude, we literally could see Code just fine in the anime.
Okay, so you realize if I say I have intel, it usually means that the intel's from me, not someone else.
No.
Yes.
Jiraiya said he had intel on the Akatsuki and it came from someone else.
Okay, did he specify it comes from someone else?
I think they at least imply it.
Okay, Sasuke doesn't imply it.
He doesn't imply he's there either, though. We just don't know is the point.
The default assumption is that it is Sasuke, because it doesn't make sense for Sasuke to have an intel guy.
Why? He has intel people in other parts with the underground thing, like Saran was talking about.
Like Saran was talking about. Well, Saran was talking about, not you, so I don't have to address Saran's thing, because you didn't say it.
He mentions it with Shoujoji. I've mentioned it too. Like, there's a precedent for it with Sasuke.
How large do you guys think the Susanoo is?
Depends how big he wants to make it. Like, look at Madara. He blocked Tobirama's Senpon using just his hand, Susanoo. It's like a flicker of chakra.
Look at my screen.
Oh, wait. Did you guys see Chapter 3 is out for Boruto? Or at least the cover?
The cover, yeah. But I haven't looked at it.
Pretty mediocre cover.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Himawari?
So what am I looking at here? Should I not look because you're like scrolling through Twitter? Or...
Look at Jougan in comparison to Naruto's face. Jougan is probably like what, 6 foot, which means he's already 3 meters. So if you go 3 meters down from this point, it's like the Kurama Avatar like 50 meters tall.
Well, but also Sauron, what doesn't make sense is you look at the war arc and then you look at Naruto versus Sasuke. In the war arc, Naruto's like Avatar is the same size as Sasuke's like half-formed Susanoo. They're the same size. But then later, when Sasuke has this full-formed Susanoo, the Kurama Avatar is still the same size. So the Kurama Avatar just got massively bigger.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's like in the manga too, you can compare.
Look at how tiny Jougan. Well, yeah. So what? 1 Jougan, 2 Jougan, 3 Jougan.
No, that's some pixel scaling if I've ever seen it.
4 Jougan, 5 Jougan.
No, because Jougan, because that's not the length of Jougan there. That's him sideways. Like, Jigen's taller than that.
Yeah, he's kind of scrunched over in the air there.
Yeah, like that's not full height Jougan that you were doing.
Gosh.
It's so crazy. It's just so well animated. It's so cool.
Watch the stream get copyrighted even though I'm watching it on your screen.
It is so interesting how like they fought in this massive plane that was just a bowl.
Yeah. I love that reveal too. That was one of the greatest reveals.
I'm like, you made like a little pocket dimension inside of a dimension. Like, okay. Like, how did Jougan even make this? Did he just like spawn? Was he just able to spawn stone and then was like, "Oh, we'll cover it in a bowl," and like place the bowl? Like, well, how? I don't understand how.
Well, I think the texture just looks different
the bowl's
because
just like
it's bigger.
open, I think, and it's just like he closes the lid.
Yeah, no, it's just like a normal bowl that he just got. Like, it's not a special bowl or anything. Just a bigger bowl.
It's just like the pot is in the dimension, the lid's open, so the sky is the regular sky, but the ground is just the bottom of the bowl, like the inside of the bowl.
It's like in Attack on Titan, how the walls are technically crystal, but they look like concrete, even though they have crystal in the series.
Bowl. It's a really tall bowl.
I don't think so. It's just a normal bowl, but bigger. Like, it looks fine in terms of perspective or whatever.
Yeah, it's like a bowl-shaped bowl.
Yeah. It's not like it's like tall, like you were saying. It's not that. What I don't get is, where did the lid come from? Like, did he spawn the lid from Daikokuten above him and then grow it?
Wait. None of it. So
I thought the lid was. I don't remember. I have to watch the lid close. Well, was he closing it like from the side? Like,
no. It looks like the lid falls down like from the clouds, like on top of the clouds.
So
it falls
maybe he
through
spawned
the
lid. Like, he only had the bottom before, but he spawned the lid from Daikokuten or something, maybe.
Yeah, but he would have to spawn it like above the clouds. Like, it's kind of like Madara's meteors.
So this is something that like kind of irks me, right? If Jougan can shrink something that large, like this bowl, why didn't, when he was looking for Kawaki, just shrink all the mountains in the surrounding area?
And just shrink all the buildings.
Maybe those mountains were alive. Left. Like, if there's worms in that mountain, can he shrink that organic life then?
Wouldn't this compress on the worm and kill the
Well,
worm?
you can't shrink like the worms, but you could shrink the non-living stuff.
I guess he does shrink Kashin Koji's mask while it's on his face, but...
Yeah,
like, he can shrink people's clothes if he really wanted. to be creepy about
Would that kill them, or would that just like rip the clothing?
I think it would just like make them naked, the same way that Koji's mask is just off.
Oh, Boruto spoilers out.
You're kidding?
Yeah, they just started coming out.
No, I'm not.
For real?
Let me
All right, well, I'm gonna drop off the face of the earth.
Oh wait, look
Good
at
stream.
this. Is this real? Probably not.
Yeah. No, they are coming out.
If this is the chapter cover, this is really cool.
What? Yeah, that is. You said it was mediocre.
Oh, I thought you meant the
Yeah, the
V
one was
jump
like a
cover.
different thing.
I meant the V jump cover. This is really cool. I guess Himawari
I
is
said,
gonna
I said Boruto chapter 3.
By the way, my first instinct is that means Himawari is gonna do something, but then I thought, oh wait, tons of people are part of chapter covers and they don't do nothing. So,
Yeah.
this means nothing. I will say her pants are ugly.
Like, isn't Shikamaru
Oh my
the
God, that
chapter
was loud.
64 cover, even though he doesn't do anything?
Oh, shit.
I really hope she does do something.
Oh,
in the
Hey,
show.
do you guys care for spoilers?
Yeah,
Oodie
but I
does not
can
wanna hear.
leave. Like, do you want me to like go shower and just leave the stream
no.
on?
No. There's not even a lot to talk about.
Yeah, Oodie, at that point, I'm just gonna work on my video for it. So.
Okay.
Alright, I am going to bed. I should have gone to bed an hour ago.
In that case,
Anyways.
Kamui. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm interrupting your outro. Go ahead, sorry.
Anyways, good night to all of you.
Good
Peace,
night,
peace.
Sarwan.
99.
Thank you for distracting me for 2 hours. I wasted a lot of time.
Oh, the reason I
Maybe
brought up the
I'll-
like Kawaki is like leaving is like the dumbest thing, is I was hoping that Sauron would hear that, but oh well. The reason I brought that up as the dumbest thing wasn't it hear your guys' dumbest thing, even though that's fine that like we did do that. It was to say that like I would have rewrote it to where it's not the dumbest thing, or that like the fact that it comes after the Funato arc, and that like my change for the Funato arc would be like, oh, the MomoShiki is the worst. I would have just had Kawaki leaving not a big deal for that, because it just would have been changed anyways. Because it's the dumbest thing.
Alright, say that again?
So, like, my idea of MomoShiki taking over at the end of the Funato arc, and then that being the reason that Kawaki wouldn't leave the village to go after Code. Remember
Yeah,
we
but
said
the thing
that?
is, like,
I would just change that.
but that's why I said it diminishes Code then, because Code's like his big fear in the Code arc.
I know.
Until the end, really. So I don't like the idea of MomoShiki coming in until like the late in that arc, when Kawaki gains his resolve to retake karma, because otherwise it's kind of like, well, Code, like, that just makes Code look worse.
I disagree.
People already hate him enough as it is.
No, people hate him enough as it is, but I disagree that makes him look worse. I don't think it does.
It just makes him less meaningful.
I don't
More
think it does.
spoiler.
And again, I would just rewrite it to where that's not the case anyways. So, doesn't matter.
Hey, I'd have to see the rest of your Code arc part then.
Nah. Well, I haven't rewritten it, obviously, so I can't just come up with it off the top of my head. But yeah.
Let's get to it.
Okay, so what I was trying to say to Sauron before he was leaving is, so I guess reacting to these fake spoiler videos, it just, we don't, like, there's no point now. The actual spoilers out.
I know, we were supposed to do it immediately, but we never did, so.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, now
yeah.
they're just out.
If anything, I'm kind of
thumbnail
expected
was
not
perfect,
to do
or I think it was perfect. Spoilers are dropping, and they did drop
that.
during the stream.
There we go. No clickbait.
Like,
So-
we could not have been more accurate.
Take that, R.A. Shikage, or anyone else who potentially called me out that I haven't seen. Cover's out. Thanks, K. Evie. We looked at that, I think. I guess let's read the
Technically,
comments
though,
before.
Oodie, we don't have to end yet if you don't
Oh.
want, because I'm gonna let a few come out before I start recording a video, because it's kind of pointless to do it off of one thing.
Fair enough. Have
You know
you
what I mean?
seen the
Like-
spoilers?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay,
though.
okay. Interesting.
I'm
Are
gonna
they
look at
good?
them as I go and think about them, but I'm not gonna like say anything until it's been like probably 30 minutes to an hour,
Okay.
where it's like I have a good amount to do a whole. I'll probably end up doing the video before they're all done, but I want to have like a good amount.
Is the spoilers about the Uzuhiko Rasengan?
Do you want me to answer?
Answer that? Yeah. Because, like, that's not an actual answer of anything that happens. It's just like, oh.
Yeah, it's
okay.
like the title of the chapter is literally Uzuhiko.
Okay. Yeah, that's enough. That's
I
regret that.
There will be. I imagine we haven't gotten anything yet that I've looked at least, but I imagine we will get something.
Okay, because I did see earlier today, like, that's why I asked you, because, like, 5 different YouTubers, like, all at once are like, oh my god, Uzuhiko chapter 3 spoilers are out, the cover, like, look at these spoilers, they're out, they're coming out, like, now, today, like, wow, look at, I'm reviewing it. Like, obviously I didn't click on the videos, but, like, I was wondering, was that clickbait, or was that real? I don't know, it might have been real. Because, like, it sounds like, that's why I asked, is the spoilers about the Uzuhiko Rasengan? Because that's what I saw earlier today.
They have been a lucky guess, really.
It could have been, yeah. I mean, it's not even that lucky. Like, it's just like it's a natural, exactly.
Yeah.
Of all things, that to be the one thing I would think people would get this.
That would be like my first guess. Yeah. Like that will be relevant. You're not just gonna activate it and then do nothing.
Yeah, next chapter, it just randomly follows like the Raikage, the full chapter.
Darui and Gar are just having a conversation.
Oh god. Okay.
Dude, actually, I hope we finally get freaking Amato. Like, my god, I don't expect to be honest, because it seems like random. But it just, jeez, I just want one page.
Oh no.
I just want to see him in his prison cell.
Okay. So, do you know what the Uzuhiko Rasengan is, or do you just know that like it's the chapter title?
Well, currently no, but let me look.
Okay.
Let's see if anything new's come out.
Well, I'm still sticking to my idea, not even idea, but like fact 100%, is that it is the Naruto movie 4 Lost Tower Rasengan. What is it? The Supreme Rasengan, I think it was called? I just looked it up.
Don't know what that is, so I can't confirm nor deny.
I think I showed it on the podcast.
You may have, but I don't remember. That being said, we are seeing kind of what it's doing on this page.
I did see something, but it looked like very similar to what we got at the end of last chapter, of it just like spiraling around him a little bit.
So you did look?
I didn't look. It might have been even a fan art or like a thumbnail. I don't even remember what I saw, but I saw something. I don't know if it was legit or not.
Well, it sounds like what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
It's nothing special. Just keep that in mind.
I mean, it's a chapter title. It should be pretty special. It's like the month wait.
Nah, it's nothing special.
Then again, Naruto or Boruto having a heart attack and then immediately getting up at the end of the chapter, and it just being Boruto. That was pretty anticlimactic. I'm not gonna lie. Stupid freaking pills. Okay, let's.
Are you sick, Kamui?
He is. Yeah.
Yes. So who knows how this recording will sound?
So let's see.
Still recording it tonight anyway.
No way, dude. This is bad.
It is Supreme Rasengan.
No, this is bad. Oh my god.
Well, don't tell him, because we were just gonna keep going. Oh, this is a new one.
Yeah, I know.
It's bad.
He's
okay.
Posting these fast.
Oh my god, why is it not just playing this stupid freaking?
Well, we'll give it a little bit more. Do we want to like start to react to something, or?
I was gonna say again, we should just like look at the comments. Consider we should do that anyways. It's been so long.
Sure.
All right, so catching up on comments, because I especially feel bad because I said questions anyone, and then we got like 10 messages or something. I just haven't looked at it.
That we didn't answer.
Well, I did read a lot of these, but I obviously you're like in the middle of conversations, where I like didn't like. Oh wait, guys, look at this. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you interrupt Saran. Saran, enough of the animator stuff. Tarashi Kage asked, "How was your day?"
I was trying to fit these in. I just couldn't find a place. All right. That said, someone says, very fun thing to say. Code is Naruto's son. Next chapter, he will reveal that he is Uzumaki. What do you think?
What?
Listen, if Code's Uzumaki, Gar is Uzumaki. I refuse to compromise.
Chatter.
He's got red hair. You can't deny it. It's inevitable proof. It's already confirmed, actually.
No.
The funniest thing is Gaara's last name is like canonically
Kaguya. Remember the filler
Kaguya.
arc dude who said he was Naruto? The filler arc big fat guy?
You mean the Uzumaki?
Okay, Uzumaki's got red hair.
Yeah, that Uzumaki, yeah. What about him? What, did this backfire on you in a way you weren't anticipating?
What about the
that red-headed Uzumaki?
Zanzul.
Oh, Zanzul the Uzumaki, yeah. Well, you know that they did say they spread out, and so it makes sense. The land of Ridaku is pretty far away.
He just looked just like Kari, and I refuse to think he's not Kari's dad.
Exactly. God.
So for him, I actually do believe it.
There was something I did want to go with this, though. Okay. So going back to like the same wavelength thing, I think that's a really interesting idea with Code and Shibai. Maybe that's why Shibai's DNA was accepted into Code. And I know you said last podcast we don't know it's the case, but let's just assume for now it is the case because it makes the most sense. Okay, so Code has Shibai's DNA. I think
at least like there's a Shibai essence to Code.
Sure.
It could just be his chakra with the white karma. It could be the DNA. Like,
well, what if that's also?
I do think there's something.
Yeah. What if the white karma isn't actually a dud? Because I'm sure there will be a real reveal at some point about the white karma more than what we have now.
Yeah, I've been saying that since day one.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's necessarily going to be. Like... Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be Shibai's karma, but it could be. But
well, yeah, if it was Shibai's karma, I think it's like something Amato did to try and create a Shibai karma. It's not like a perfect Shibai karma. Like, it's not actually white, but it was like that was the intent or something.
One reason it could be white is just because like omnipotence, or because of well, what if it's omnipotence that make people think it's white, but it actually is black? And that whole time we see from the perspective of someone that is omnipotence, like, oh, it's black. No, it's white. Like, it's just refusing the doubt or whatever. That'd be cool too. But like a more realistic idea is like, what if like it's because Shibai already transcended and then transcended Otsutsuki karmas turn white for whatever reason?
Yeah, but then the question is, why is Codes not able to absorb jutsu? Does he just not know it can?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily like a karma Otsutsuki thing in general. I think that's just like a karma thing in itself.
Yeah, but why can't he do it? Is the point.
I mean, who cares? Again, it could be like a thing of like white
that it was
karma.
Amato. I like the idea that it was Amato's like doing essentially. He's messing with Ishiki's karma transfer. I mean, another thing would be interesting is, does Ishiki know and he just never says anything about it? He just doesn't tell Kobe, oh, by the way, like, that wasn't me. Like,
I don't know. It's kind of weird to consider that when you also consider Code has limiters, but also Damon and Ada exist because of Amato. So.
Yeah.
But then
I like the idea that Amato just messed with the karma transfer on Code after Kawaki was already a vessel. So he's like, all right, I'm gonna pull my shit on Code.
Sure.
And then like they just don't know.
The same way that like karmas like implode whenever karmic resurrection happens in like all the other vessels. What if like another absolute rule of karma is once the Otsutsuki transcends, the karma becomes a dud. So it turns white and like the powers to absorb and whatever else deactivate.
Oh, they just become a dud, like.
Yeah, so obviously, so like you don't reincarnate into like a lower realm or whatever. Like you don't devolve.
Yeah. So like he actually had Code actually had like the real Shibai karma, but then he transcended and it was like, all right, time to like just get rid of this one basically.
Well, I don't even think he had the real karma because he got it after Shibai transcended, considering he Amato used
I don't think Shibai gave it to him.
No, I agree.
I don't think Shibai gave it. I think it was Amato, and because it's not a real karma seal, because it's not like Kawaki's reconstructed karma, where like he originally had Ishiki's regular karma. Like I think Amato, this is kind of an idea at least, is like Amato tried to do step 2 with Kawaki, like the reconstructed karma, before, like just from the beginning. So imagine Kawaki never gets Ishiki's karma, but Amato tries to do the reconstructed thing.
It still
like,
doesn't make sense to me. Like there's no possible way in my mind that Amato just scientifically remade a karma seal. That it doesn't.
It's so weird.
Follow any sense of logic. So because again, it's a shinjutsu. Like, can you imagine if Amato reconstructed omnipotence? Like that doesn't make sense. It's not a tangible thing.
Originally, I would say the way I was originally thinking of it is like well, maybe he took like the Ishiki data inside Kawaki and used that to recompress it and create a karma seal. But the thing is, he says that he could only do this because Kawaki once had it previously. So how does that relate to all this?
I think that's
like,
a lie, or it's not a lie, but it's like a half truth. Because he tends to do that a lot. I don't know. So, but again, going like on the same wavelength theory. So like obviously Kawaki and Ishiki are the same wavelength, and I think he said Ishiki is the one that says it's like the same wavelength that they need for the karma seal. It's like the only requirement.
Yeah, Ishiki's the one who tells Kawaki about that.
Yeah, so that's just like what is it? The word for like giving the audience the knowledge before context. There we go. That's the context for this conversation. Okay, so yeah. So okay, so again, the context for this conversation is at some point in time, I forget when, but Ishiki tells Kawaki that in order to make a karma seal, the user needs to be on the same wavelength of them. So that is like a whatever throwaway line, but that's also a like in-universe requirement that has been said.
Oh my god,
so we're gonna run
dude.
with it. What's up? Oh,
yeah,
more spoilers?
Boruto's mid.
Okay.
No, hold on. We don't know what's gonna happen later in the spoilers.
Yeah, exactly. I'm guessing you're looking at it too. God, oh my god. Okay.
Yeah,
no, it's great.
Track.
Best chapter of all time. 10
I'm not
out
gonna
of 10.
say anything. Just don't say anything.
Chapter
the only thing you're allowed to
2023.
say is, "Damn, this sucks," or "Wow, this is good," and that's it.
And
anything else? Don't want anything specific for Oodie.
And wow, okay. Okay. But okay, sticking with that same wavelength theory. So it. Oh my god. Are you seeing this too? Did you see what I see right now?
I don't know what Oodie saw.
Well, to be fair, I'm not sharing my screen, so I'm guessing you did
spoiler.
Well, that's not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is what a certain somebody just logged into Steam to play Counter-Strike 2.
Oh.
Ew.
Counter-Strike.
Trippy.
Oh, OMG. And he has the gall to do that during podcast hours.
I know. Wow, what a waste. And he's just not
Trippy
responding.
said the video is taking longer than expected. Yeah, I think we know why. He's busy playing games instead of editing.
Is this that job he was talking about? Playing Counter-Strike 2. It makes sense that his boss wears
60
glasses.
hours a week job is just playing games.
Fucking nerd.
But yeah, I'm not making much money from it. Like, I really gotta work more because I'm not making any money from my job.
I'm trying to sell these skins, but like this game's dead. So... Is that even the right game, or is that CS:GO? Wait, is that the right phrase? What did I don't know. Counter-Strike Global Offensive? Yeah, that's right. Okay. I don't know. I think Counter-Strike 2. Is this CS:GO? I don't know. Anyways, that's the Trippy update of the stream. He'll be coming back in like a week or a month or a year. We'll figure it out.
He'll be coming back like a month from now.
He'll be coming round the mountain when he comes. All right.
Yeah.
All right, so back to the same wavelength
Trippy,
idea.
yeah, it's like our title. Trippy is coming back. We just don't know when.
Same wavelength. At this point, I've built this up so much.
This fake title.
Yes.
Alright, back to the same wavelength.
I love that. Okay, back to the same wavelength. Okay, so Code, I think, could be on the same wavelength as Shibai, considering Code loves the Otsutsuki. He worships the Otsutskis like a quote-unquote a god, and then they want to evolve into the Otsutsuki God, so that makes sense right there. But then also, this is like sort of retroactive, but this also fits in line, I think, narratively, is Ishiki's code to Code, ironically. Okay, so Ishiki's will to Code is to like get the chakra fruit to become an evolved Otsutsuki, to eventually become the Otsutsuki God, go planet to planet, absorb all life from the planet. That's like the Otsutsuki's will.
Just to
that's
become
like
a god.
Yeah, that's like
the
the
Otsutsuki God. I
perfect
can't stand it
Otsutsuki.
anymore.
Okay, that's fair enough. Whatever.
Yeah, we just need to get more about Shibai's personality, really, in his backstory, I guess. Same with Code for backstory, but
that's like the Otsutsuki creed, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
that's like especially what.
Yeah, like there's definitely like a reasonable chance for that sort of thing. Like, we just haven't met. I mean, if Shibai is completely different from Code in every way, I'm not gonna say okay, yeah, they're on the same wavelength. But if he's like very similar to Code, then I'll be like, yeah, they are in the same wavelength.
All right. All right, so that's the first comment out of the way. All right, now to the next comment. That means Cho-Cho's mom is I don't understand that. Okay, anyways, is right after he meets. Okay, I already read this, right? No, Naruto didn't attack the right guy. Okay, that's the blood prison.
Bro, I hope the end of this chapter is different from what I'm seeing.
Having adventures. Guy named Yamato on the sea during the war prep. Blah blah blah. That's what I'm saying. If they told us to take both anime and manga into account, why not with the OG series? Exactly. I completely agree. In fact, they shouldn't even have to say it. Why is the default assumption that filler didn't happen?
I don't know who came up with that idea. Probably just because some fillers contradicted manga events or something.
I doubt. No, probably just because, it doesn't progress the story.
Yeah, it's random. It's not written by the manga guy. It probably
it's not the source material.
The fucking source material. Dude, I hate that shit because of the Boruto movie. No, it's not canon. It's like, it literally is the source material.
But Kishimoto didn't write it. Kishimoto didn't write the freaking manga. Shut up.
Dude, Kishimoto did write the movie. He just wrote it with the other guy who's writing the manga, Kodachi. Like, they both wrote the movie.
Even with Naruto the Last, he had a ton of help from girl shoujo authors for the romance parts.
Yeah, literally. He doesn't write it all by himself.
Exactly. Like, he has editors for a reason.
I mean, granted, he is the main writer, but...
Alright, so here's a comment I've been waiting to get to all night. Oodie smells. Freaking all father. So the reason I want to get to this, you probably know based on the context from the other night. So I rode a camel the other day, so I probably did smell, but I took a shower. In fact, Kamui took a shower before the stream, but I didn't have time to, so I haven't done that yet, even though I want to. Freaking Kamui with his showering privileges. You're so privileged, Kamui. That's your white privilege
showing. Why didn't you just shower when I did?
I didn't think of it, to be fair. Besides the point.
So you did have a chance.
Oh, no. Because here's the thing. You're like, all right, we're going to be streaming. No, you're like, all right, I'm going to go shower. So I'll be ready in 15 minutes. So then I saw that, like, oh, crap. So
it was actually half an hour.
Okay, that's besides the point. So I was like, oh my God, 15 minutes. I have 15 minutes to get ready. Oh, crap. So then I started just getting ready then. And then, like, it took me, like, 2 minutes. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, only 13 more minutes. What am I going to do with this time? And I just didn't think of shower. Like, I didn't think of showering as getting ready for the stream. I completely blame you. You made me panic. I was panicked, which is a negative emotion. You spread hatred into this world.
No, because I showered, your first thought should have been, maybe I should shower too.
Listen, any thought with Kamui and shower, I'm gonna stray far away from my thought of shower. Stupid way to say that, but whatever. I don't care. You got the idea. Okay, anyways.
That's a you problem.
Next comment. You know what, Kamui? I hate that notion. Arashikage clearly responding to what we just said right now and not 3 hours ago. He just knew. He just guessed. It's retroactive.
I wonder what the context of his original point was.
Who knows? And I'm sure when I'm doing the timestamps, I'll be able to tell, considering I can see when live comments are made as they're made. Whatever. You get the idea.
Which half of this ham do I want to eat? The left half or right half? And then the other half I'd save for tomorrow.
What about Toby Rama making a chakra
Oh, no
saber
answer? Okay,
first?
I see how it is.
I'm so sorry that I didn't respond to your ham question, Kamui.
Yeah, it was very important. I'm actually kind of hurt.
You know what? You should save it for tomorrow. How about that?
It's
No,
healthier diet.
One's for tonight, the other one for tomorrow.
What was the question then?
Do I want the right or left piece?
Shut up. Stupid. You know, I'm left-handed, so go with the left piece.
Okay, I'll go with the left piece.
You know what? You need your
I was thinking about going with
sustenance.
the right piece despite you, but the left piece was the one I was eyeing, so...
Is the left piece or right piece slightly bigger?
The left piece was slightly bigger, I think.
I'm glad you didn't say, oh, I cut it right down the middle perfectly, because no, you didn't. No one ever does. Let's be real.
Yeah, it was close. I tried, but
Yeah.
it's a little bit off.
Of course. Yeah.
Right, Glenn, now we finally got that question answered.
These past, 10 minutes might be my favorite 10 minutes of this stream.
Yeah, that's been pretty goofy, and I like that.
No. Okay.
Ooh, this is boiled hot.
I don't know what he's talking about with Chakra Saber. Did Tobirama ever make a Chakra Saber in the filler?
He means it's in the Idate Land of T arc. It's not that. There's a sword.
No, I know
forgot the name
that,
of
but
it.
he says
It was the
Tobirama.
second Hokage sword.
Okay,
Yeah,
here, let
that's
me
what
just
he's referring
read
to,
the
though.
comment. Oh.
The
Fair
one
enough.
that the Aoi Roka shows.
To be fair, that's not a Chakra Saber, though. That is a lightning
not.
release saber. It is a saber that requires chakra that emits ninjutsu in the form of lightning release.
It's just honestly no. It just seemed like it was just a freaking glowing sword.
Okay, but that's like,
I don't think it
no,
admitted,
it was a
like-
lightning release sword. That's like saying
Yeah,
that
maybe it did stab
Sasuke
Sasuke.
running Chidori through his sword is like, oh, that's a chakra
Yeah, I was gonna
saber.
say, I do think it stabbed him actually. So
It's
maybe
not
right.
the same thing, yeah. Okay, so the Arashikage says Neji's dad is Toby in that filler. So the problem with that filler is that it's in the Infinite Filler Romi, and that it's also Jiraiya's novel in the Infinite Filler Romi.
It's funny though. So does Jiraiya and Hiyashi have beef, or in Kizaki have beef?
Well, Tsunade thinks that Jiraiya has fiction beef with Hiyashi.
Yeah, she thinks that Jiraiya hated Neji's dad. For some reason.
Oh, my God.
Maybe that's just Tsunade just thinks Neji's dad is evil.
You know, I really wish Neji lived so that he could just read that. I just want to see Neji's reaction to that novel.
I just want to see Neji alive in general.
Yeah. Oh man, I
Like,
forgot to ask.
I don't want any more of this dead Neji shit.
I was gonna ask Sauron if he thinks the production value of the new 4 Naruto episodes is gonna be similar to like the time slip arc, considering we already technically saw that, like from the Boruto production.
Can I say that again?
Same
Because
point.
I was reading a spoiler.
Oh my god, new spoiler! They're just dropping every minute apparently. I was saying, do you
Yeah.
think? Well, I was asking Sauron. Well, let me rephrase. I wanted to ask Sauron, but I never did. I wanted to ask him, if he thinks like the new 4 Boruto episodes that haven't been released yet, if those are going to be like the same level of quality as the time slip arc. And I know people like to crap on the time slip arc or whatever, but like production wise, it's pretty good. Like outside of Urashiki, like seeing the past, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's just the power scaling. It's literally the only thing that's kind of like.
And that's like really the
bad.
final
Or
episode
also,
anyways,
like,
but the final
Urashiki's
episode
decision making, I guess.
Yeah, the final episode is like arguably the best episode in the entire time slip arc anyways, just because it's like very reminiscent of episode 65.
Yeah.
It's ironically the episode most people hate on. Well, I guess the episode before that when Sasuke tackles him off the cliff because, oh, he's out of chakra. But whatever.
Dude, I love that. It's so memey.
I know. But people hate it. But whatever. It's not a big deal. People make it a much bigger deal than they should.
It's just a meme. That's why I like it.
I
But
know. So I was going to ask him that, or if he thinks it's going to be more similar to the Chikara movie, since that was released in the anime. And that clearly has a different
do
level
you
of
think
production
what will be
value.
that production value?
The new
Oh, the new
4
episodes
Naruto
of
episodes.
Naruto.
Yeah. Or even if it's like going to be like the Naruto PV, like that 10-minute 20th celebration year thing we got
I
last
want it
year.
to be like that. Like all
Like kinda
that
animated.
compositing and art style and stuff. I want it to look like that.
Well, that's how it was originally advertised to be. Isn't that this? That is this, yeah. Okay.
No,
so we're not
because,
getting 4 random episodes reanimated. We're getting like a completely new arc.
No, we are getting. I think well, at least the promo is what kind of story will it be? It sounds like it's a new story to me.
Like a year ago?
That would be such a weird thing to say if it's just gonna be like Naruto versus Sasuke. You know what I mean?
No, I disagree because there's several arcs, so it's like, all right, which arc are they gonna do? I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
I feel like they would phrase it different.
Do you guys remember the meta segments at the end of the show? They're a compilation on YouTube. I do remember that. I have probably seen the compilation, but I definitely have seen all of them. I like them.
I don't know what you're referring to. If you describe it, I'm like,
at the beginning of Shippuden, especially, they had a lot of these, like showing Naruto characters meeting their time skip versions with like the height chart, or like Hinata with the ramen competition.
I don't remember specifics, but I remember like the general aspect.
Yeah, or like Naruto freaking out at freaking like Might Guy's a perv or whatever. All sorts of stuff. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. So, like them doing voice acting for the show and answering fan questions. Alright, maybe I don't know what he's talking about. Unless he means in-universe. But doing voice acting for the show. I don't remember what he's talking about there.
Well, the second episode where like Hinata, like the characters are making fun of Hinata, like they're pretending to act, and like Hinata, his only line is Naruto-kun, like, and they're like hating on her for like that or something. I remember that.
But I'm thinking like live action, like behind the scenes type of stuff, which is what it sounds like he's saying. But no, I don't. Maybe it is what
the characters are pretending to act for the episode, like.
Okay, fair enough. And he also says the Kagemasa movie one, but I don't know what he's referring to there.
That the Kagemasa movie is in Boruto.
Oh, maybe that's like his most canon one, most canon filler.
Oh, maybe.
So here's another comment I've been waiting to get to all night.
Canon.
Also by Allfather, same guy that said I smell. Oodie's Jordans are fake! Exclamation mark, question mark. I don't have Jordans, so I'll just pin your message. There you go. That's my response. Sorry to let you down, I guess. Or boost you up. I don't know. Whatever you would and take that. You know what? Spread positivity.
Another spoiler. Let's see what it says without telling you.
Oh, well, there you go. The R.A. Shikage says, I knew it, in reference to that spoiler. Not a reference to that spoiler at all. Crazy how I'm canon to Naruto. Cool emoji. Did you ever watch the special where Orochimaru is already eyeing Sasuke before the tuning exams? He was using a transformation jutsu,
turn around ASAP,
posing as the anime. Now, the chapter's gonna be 10 out of 10. It's gonna be perfect. So far, the chapter's bad, is what you're saying? Interesting. No, it's a good chapter. Is it slow pace?
It's just that. It
is just that. All right, it's just that. Don't worry. It is just that.
It will be feeding the hate.
Oh God. Okay.
If it doesn't turn around soon, the certain hate will just increase by 10 times.
Code's strong. Boruto is just very strong. That's the difference. So it's fine. All right, Dario Shikage. Well, yeah, we did watch that special. In fact, it's really funny you say that because we have a bingo video in the works, probably going to come out in a few years, where we did discuss that to some degree. I consider this canon, by the way. What do you think about that?
Which scene?
The 3D, like CGI OVA of before the tuning exams where Orochimaru's already eyeing Sasuke, and like this is this like where he tests him out to see if he would be a good
remember you mentioning it. I don't remember anything of it.
I think it was in the bingo. Was it not in the bingo?
I think it is in the bingo, maybe, but I don't remember anything like substantial about the scene.
Oh, right. You know what? The waterfall leader sends Fu to the sand exams. That too is in the filler. He's not in the filler himself. I don't think. Maybe he is like a cameo. But like the OVA, the waterfall OVA that I was talking about, like is like the Cartoon Network movie, our movie. That guy from that OVA, he's not the leader, but he becomes the leader is what we're told. And that was really cool. Like not send off to his character, but like resolution, I guess. Like it's really cool just
like
to hear
he becomes
that.
the leader of his faction that he becomes in the filler arc.
Yeah. So it's like imagine hearing that Inari becomes the leader of the Land of Waves. Like, you don't see it, but you just hear it. Like, that's just cool.
Yeah. Kimimaro becomes the leader of the Sound Village.
He's from the afterlife. He becomes the leader of the Pure Lands. I'm down.
You need Dosu, or like the Kimimaro is the Kage of the Pure Lands.
We get there, and Shibai's like on his hands and knees with Kimimaro standing on top of him.
Yeah, Kimimaro is just like on the throne, and Shibai's like standing before him. Like,
he's like him as like a
Lord
footrest.
Kimimaro. And then Dosu, he takes on Shibai. He's like, your jutsu is indeed fast, but ours is even faster because drops in the speed of sound.
I have not signed any NDAs, so I'm allowed to say this right now. If I ever, for whatever reason, somehow find my way to become the writer of the next Naruto series, I'm doing that. Just so you know.
Oh, the Dosu thing?
The Kimimaro thing.
Or the Kimimaro thing, or both. Just do both.
You know, both, yeah.
Yeah. We're giving all the guys who need some shine are getting some shine.
No, I'm gonna give the fans what they want.
Haku and Sabusa come back to life. Kimimaro comes back to life. Dosu comes back to life. They're freaking havoc.
Yeah, I'm retconning the scene where Kimimaro met Haku, and I'm just making it to where Kimimaro joins Haku.
Yeah, he's just part. Dude, but if that happens, dude, no offense to Team 7, but they're dead. Like, that's just the end. Sabusa wins.
God. I was...
Swap Kimimaro with Haku. Kimimaro just wins.
Oh, absolutely.
Like...
Because Kimimaro has no reason to let them live.
Yeah, he's different from Haku in that he is willing to kill them. Like...
In fact... Switch Haku and Zabuza. Switch Haku. God, that's stupid. You know what? That is a good what if. Switch Haku and Zabuza. That's a good what if.
Yeah, Zabuza fights Team 7, fights Naruto and Sasuke, while Haku fights Kakashi. Haku will be more serious with Kakashi.
And I don't see
Zabuza
Naruto
will be less serious against Team 7, but he is willing to just kill them.
You know what? We'll give Naruto and Sasuke versus Zabuza if we're allowed to give Naruto one tails against Zabuza, and not like the end of like the part one tails. I'm talking about like the Land of Waves one tails that like debaters upscale to be the strongest version of QB Naruto.
Like his beginner's luck version.
Like pretty much everything before Four Tails, but even after that, because like Haku, the argument here is that Haku is light speed and that Naruto's reacting to it, and then like afterwards he gets sealed
than Kakashi.
Yeah, so like exactly. So and then afterwards Naruto gets sealed by Orochimaru, and then later when he gets unsealed, he's not completely unsealed. It's like Orochimaru's sealing jutsu is just better than Jiraiya's, and so for the rest of the series he's just kind of sealed, more so than not.
So is the one that he uses against Orochimaru's snake the same level as Haku in this hypothetical?
It's less than, but it's still strong. But again, it's like taking on Orochimaru's summoning.
His is really strong versus Kimimaro, but Kimimaro just that dude, and it beats his ass anyway. And then it's weaker against Sasuke, but he's still beating Sasuke anyway.
I mean, think about it this way.
Sasuke's not Kimimaro.
It makes more sense this way because Naruto is exuding more chakra against Neji and Gaara than he is against Orochimaru's snake, but he's beating up Orochimaru's snake much more than he's beating up Neji. Like, I'm sure you would agree that Orochimaru's summoning snake is stronger than Genin Neji.
Oh, dude, Neji might be slaying.
Nah, it's crazy.
No, like, there's like a difference in terms of, like, the cloak he uses against Gaara and Neji is just different from him being, like, enraged with the claws and stuff. Like, it does seem like the angry Naruto does seem stronger. But yeah, I feel like he seems stronger that way.
The one against well, let's also remember, Orochimaru said that Naruto will become a problem. So that's already crazy. Like, freaking, if you're looking at Neji versus Naruto, Naruto's not going to be a problem to Orochimaru if you're looking at that.
Well, to be fair, though, he wasn't referring to his power. He was referring to his effect on Sasuke.
I disagree.
That's literally what he discusses with Kabuto.
Okay, what about in the Search for Tsunade arc where Orochimaru goes to kill him because he's going to be a problem later? When Sasuke's already under his influence and, like, technically
that one
not even awake.
Seem to be related to the Akatsuki based off what Orochimaru says.
Oh my god. So you think it has nothing to do with the Nine Tails in any regard?
Well, it does, indirectly.
He seals the Nine Tails. He could have just killed Naruto.
Yeah, he could have. He wanted to get that out of the way because he wanted to test Sasuke.
So he steals it instead of killing Naruto?
Well, he decided to kill him later on because he saw how Naruto affected Sasuke.
Dude, Orochimaru's stupid. He should have gave Naruto the curse mark.
Yeah, dude, I was gonna say, dude, it just doesn't make sense. He says one thing and then it's kind of weird.
Like, not only is Naruto Uzumaki, which I guess he wouldn't know, maybe? He might know that.
Oh, he knew he was Uzumaki. It's freaking, he says, my name's Naruto Uzumaki like 900 times. No way Orochimaru doesn't know that.
Does he say it to Orochimaru ever?
Dude, he knows.
Does he?
Yes, there's no way he doesn't know.
If you say so. I don't believe it. I'd have to see it to believe it.
Man, I can try to find, but like, I think he knows.
He might know it later on. He definitely knows it later on. He might. Okay, first meeting. I think it's safe to say he probably doesn't know. He could know.
When he first sees
it's like a 50-50
Naruto,
chance.
Like the blonde-haired kid, he doesn't know like that's the Nine-Tailed Fox's vessel or any of that. He figures that out when he sees it, but he may have known his name, Naruto Uzumaki, though, without knowing that Naruto Uzumaki is the Nine-Tails vessel.
The only way I could see him knowing that, because he already left the village by the time Naruto was born, the only way I can see him knowing that is either...
Granted, though, that is retcon till later on. He hasn't left it.
Yeah. But the only way I could see that is through Danzo telling him, but that doesn't make sense, because by the time he left the village, when he's meeting up with Sai, he's like, Danzo, that senile old man is still alive, so clearly they're, like, out of contact. To some degree,
well,
because we
know
that they do.
I think he just said, that old man's still up to his tricks, eh?
No, I was looking at earlier today. He says that senile old man is still alive. Like, I was reading the manga for that.
Oh.
He could say that too. That could be like a different panel or like a different. That could be anime thing. I don't know.
Yeah, that may have been like what he says in like the dub or something.
Oh yeah. I will say, I was also reading from like a comment, I don't know if it's confirmed or not, but apparently Danzo was still being experimented on by Orochimaru after Orochimaru had left, but only like a little bit. Because like we don't know when Danzo got his Senju arm, and people were debating whether he got it before or after Orochimaru left, and it's possible he got it after he left because Danzo is still being experimented on by Orochimaru after he left.
Mm-hmm.
So they were still in contact for at least a little bit, apparently. I don't even know.
It'd be interesting to see if like we have any inkling of possibly knowing in like the Kakashi novel, filler arc novel adaptation, because like they're helping Orochimaru escape the village, in that arc. I don't know if he can tell if he has which he's already experimented on Yamato at least. I don't know when he gets the Sharingan. Well, actually. I think Orochimaru left before the Uchiha massacre.
Yeah, this is the problem though, is because how strong is Danzo
even
when
with
he
the
fights
retcon?
Shisui?
But no, even with the retcon, I'm pretty sure he already left the village. So Orochimaru's like gone in the Akatsuki, then Itachi immediately joins and he quits.
I agree.
Danzo used Izanagi with his regular eye though, not the Sharingan arm eye.
But I think it's likely
he gets the Sharingan arm. I don't think he gets the Sharingan arm. Well, I see what you're saying.
I think it's likely that he has the Senju arm as well as a lot of Sharingan by the time he fights Shisui.
Kishimoto did also retcon needing Senju DNA for Izanagi, so...
But I think he already had both the Senju arm and a lot of the Sharingan by the time he fought Shisui.
I thought no, because it's implied, he literally, like, because Sasuke says, how many Uchiha did you have to kill to get the right arm of yours? And he says, it's all thanks to Itachi. So it's implied that he gets those Sharingan from the Uchiha massacre.
No. That, I don't know what you're looking at. I looked at something completely different. Again, I was looking at this earlier.
Like in the Five Kage Summit,
Sasuke
asked Danzo, how many Uchiha did you have to kill to get the right arm of yours?
No, I know what you're talking about, yeah.
It was all thanks.
No, I didn't see that at all. What I saw was he says it's a long story, implying he got it, like, not through the Uchiha massacre directly, but through, like, the Second War.
Yeah,
like, he just, like, pickpocketed.
Let me look at what the official manga says. Because I'm quoting the dub that I have memorized, more by heart.
Do you know the chapter?
Not like, off exactly, but I know the general area.
To be fair, yours is more direct.
Like
Mine's more, like, vague. Maybe. But, like, he says it's a long story, implying it's more than one place, but also implying it's over the course of a long period of time, which would imply it's like over the course of like a war, he's pickpocketing it off of Uchiha bodies. I'm sorry, which chapter?
Okay. Well, first he says, this is a different...
What chapter?
How did you come... I'm on 476 right now.
Okay.
How did you come by those eyes on your right arm? Various ways, it's a long story.
Oh,
the story would make me... No, this is different from the scene I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, that's the scene I'm talking about. So
there's another scene, later on, because Sasuke's, like, attacking... This is during their fight. Sasuke's attacking Danzo when he says the scene I'm talking about. So it's later in the fight.
So it's not even, it's a long story. The fact that he says various ways implies it's more than one, which means he couldn't get it just from the Uchiha massacre. So you could also argue it's through Orochimaru's experimentation as well. But I think various implies more than two.
Various ways, it does imply that, like, it's not just the massacre, something else too.
So I do think it's all three, or at least it's the potential for all three.
Yeah, for sure. I'll try to find the chapter when he says the other thing. But it's definitely implied that some of them, at least, come from the massacre.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit later on, but I know what you're talking about. I know what Sasuke says. I don't remember Danzo saying that, but I could completely be wrong.
Yeah, that's where I said it was all thanks to Itachi.
Yeah.
At least in the dub, like I said.
God, Naruto's manga looks so good.
I know, dude. The art, I love it.
So clean.
Especially in the color. I really like the color with it.
Okay, I was thinking about this earlier. So going back to like the Ada thing. So Itachi loved his family, but he still killed his family. Itachi couldn't kill Sasuke. Like, he physically could. There's nothing stopping him. It could have been really easy, like, to physically just do it. But, like, he couldn't do it because he loved Sasuke.
Yeah, so, like, the thing with that is, I would have to ask, like, if the thing says, like, you will love Ada, like, the most in the world kind of thing, then I would say, yeah, like, Shikamaru could never pick the village over Ada. But at least as of right now, it doesn't seem like that is the case. It seems like he is picking the village over Ada, just based off the conversation with
sure,
Starna and Samurai.
But also it affects you, like, on an instinctual level.
Which is why I don't think it's necessarily like she's your number one. Because even then, like, Ishiki seems to be Code's number one over Ada.
But, like, on an instinctual level, Obito loves Rin and is doing this for Rin or whatever. But, like, out loud and, like, in his head and all this, he says it's for reality. It's like what you want versus what you need. It's like Obito wanted a better reality because he needed Rin.
Obito is lying to himself. You could say that, Shikamaru is lying to himself here too. But
yeah. Because, again, I don't think, even if he was told to do it, that Obito could kill Rin because he loves Rin.
He never would want to. Like,
I don't think he could.
It's kind of weird because, like, Obito wouldn't want to kill Rin. Shikamaru can want to kill Ada. His just subconscious desire instincts will not do so. So it's kind of like a little bit different.
I think Rin was his world though. Like he would rather do anything than kill Rin.
Well, yeah.
Like if he had a button in front of him, destroy, like nuke Konoha or save Rin, he's choosing save Rin. Well, I guess that's a bad comparison because you see what I'm saying. Or kill Rin, I should say, not save Rin. Gee, I wonder which button would he press, the nuke Konoha or save Rin? Stupid. Oh
yeah, I know what you meant.
Yeah. Okay. All right, back to comments, I guess. Wait, is that everything we should have said? Everything we wanted to say on that?
I will say the spoilers are done. I think from Abdul, so I'm probably gonna go ahead and record that.
Okay, really quickly, let's finish reading these comments and just not give a lot of thoughts on them, I guess. Oh my God, you're dying. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, we did. Okay, what's that?
Might have to do the Hayate edits in this one.
What about the Oga arc?
I've done that since chapter 72, but it might be making a return.
Man, where's the spoilers? Oh man, something you. Wow, interesting. Okay. Sing Kakashi Sensei appointed me to work with the Shinobi Union and other things. I don't get it. Okay. Where's the spoilers? When is chapter out? Technically. Chapter not out until 2-3 more days. Man, isn't that ironic? How like everyone's saying, "Oh man, 2 to 3 more days for the spoilers," and they're all out. Covers out. Yep. Obito did it for Rin. I did it for. Okay. Thank you, Mal V, for your comment. All right, glad that we caught up. 135 views. That's pretty good. Compared to normal, I guess. I think last week we only got like 60 or 70 after the stream ended.
How many were like during the stream?
No, I'm saying. Oh, you mean like concurrent? Max, we had like 9. Oh no, 12 at max.
Hey, that's pretty high for us.
Not bad, yeah. Is there a different thing? Chat rate. Oh, that's interesting. Views. Okay. Well,
I already call this a spoiler because I think this happens in the past anyway. I find it interesting how like when Code activates his claw marks, like the karma activates on his hand, but not necessarily on his whole body, like his face.
No, I don't think that's inconsistent.
No, as I was saying, like, I think he's done that before, but I find that interesting.
Okay. Well,
it's
I mean,
like he can do partial karma.
In general, the way we were introduced to karma was just on the arm anyways.
No, it was
well, formally introduced
on their faces
like
too.
the pattern. Like in the anime, or I guess in the manga,
on the arm, it's spread up the board face.
Yeah, like in the Rain Village or whatever, when they see the pattern of karma on the wall. Like looking at the thumbnail,
like the design that goes on the arm, but but we also see it activated on their face. Like,
okay, what about in the Mujina Bandits arc at the very end when he activates karma? Isn't that just on his hand?
Does it only do his hand? Does it like do like his actual stars and stuff on his knuckles, or is it just do like?
It could, but like we're looking at his palm, so I don't think we see it. Code hasn't even used karma in 2 blue vortex, right? Well, you know, I'll take off my headphones and let Kamui answer that for you. Go ahead, Kamui.
No, he didn't. You're back, Oodie.
And putting headphones back on. All right, so you got your answer out?
I will say, though, actually, it does slightly activate on his hand in the Mujina Bandits. We see a tiny bit of the markings. Not much, but a tiny bit.
Okay. There you go. Fair enough.
Well,
that's like when he's taken the bandage off anyways from the previous arc. So, yeah. All right, well, take a throat lozenge, drink some honey, and good luck with your video. How long do you think you're going to stay up making this?
Recording. Hopefully not too long.
Do you have, like, work tomorrow or anything?
No.
Oh, well, at least that's good.
I just have to get for a haircut, but...
yeah, I got work tomorrow, so...
Spoilers don't take me too long. Usually I do in, like, 2 hours, but unfortunately, that doesn't mean I will be up at, like, 5:30 a.m., but...
God, it does not feel like this was a 5-hour-long stream.
It does not. Yeah, you're right. Granted, I wasn't talking for like 1 hour of it, but
Yeah, fair enough.
To be fair though, like for something like this, I don't know how much. There's a lot of action, and like when that happens with a spoiler video, it's kind of like,
oh yeah,
I'm gonna show the panel, but it's like I'm not gonna break down like the fight sequence to like as crazy of an extent as I will like a lore piece of info.
No, I agree. It doesn't make for the best YouTube videos, but as someone who doesn't cover it as a YouTube video on like my channel or anything, I don't care. Sorry, not sorry. Like I have empathy for you. It's not gonna be the best video of analysis, but like,
no, that's fine. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm just saying is like, that wasn't the point. The point was I don't know if it's gonna take me that long because, I tend to talk more on lore or thematic stuff, like moving forward, than I do about like the fight itself. So my point is that maybe it won't take me 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, the reason I say that is because I guess to throw in some shade at the very end of the stream, because why not? We always do that anyways. Freaking Keto Maki out here has a 1-to-1 direct correlation, like 100%, with how good the chapter is to how good the YouTube videos he can make on it is. Stupid.
Nah, I mean, not necessarily. Like, it's like, what does he mean by how good? Does he mean like how good he thinks the video is, or how good the video will do?
I don't know. Ask a logical, irrational, emotional Kitamaki that, why don't you? Hypocritical, contradicting hypocrite. Ugh. That's my.
I didn't think the time skip return was like that crazy good by any means, but I did the video 3 days late, and it was really good views. So I mean, I think it's just about how hyped the chapter is.
Yeah,
I don't
especially
think this
by
chapter
other
is
people.
particularly good based off the spoilers, but it's definitely gonna be hype.
Like, technically, I think Chapter 1 and 2 Blue Vortex might have been, like, the most hype manga chapter we've ever got. Maybe aside from Baryon Mode Naruto? Maybe? I don't know.
The hype was high, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
I know we're ending stream, but, like, when were you personally, outside of YouTube, like, personally, like, in your real life, when were you the most hype about where Boruto was? I'll go first if you want me to.
You go first while I think.
Okay. For me, it was when I was working at Olive Garden. There was a server there. Freaking Daniel. I love Daniel. He's freaking awesome. I need to hang out with Daniel more. I haven't hung out with him in a few years. Only texted him. I was there with I was there when his baby was born. Okay, anyways, that's enough Daniel doxing for one stream. Okay, so Daniel is cool. He loved Boruto too. We talked about Boruto all the time. We texted about it. Like, he, not in terms of YouTube or anything. It was like before YouTube, really.
Oh, actually,
for me.
Oh yeah, like keep going. Then I can tell you a quick story before I answer.
Okay, so for me, I was telling him, like, because he was like catching up with Boruto kinda. So this was at the point where Jigen was stealing Tails chakra, and like we were watching Code, or I mean Sasuke, and like, oh my god, is Sasuke gonna die here? Oh my god, Jigen has 8 tomas. He's the sage of 8 paths, and that was the most crazy thing in the world for me. Leading up to the Jigen fight in the manga. Oh my god. So
actually, that is one of my potential contenders.
That's like the end of it for me, though, is the Jigen fight. But leading up to it, the start of it would be when Jigen goes to absorb the chakra. And just seeing Sasuke in that other dimension, that Otsutsuki dimension, was so hype. Oh my god.
Yeah. That's one option. Kashin Kochi versus Jigen is gonna be my like underrated one. I was hyped for that fight.
I agree.
When Amato revealed like his past about Akebi, I was so hyped because I predicted every single bit of that, and I was like, "This is what I've been saying for months, guys." I was so hyped. Even when the Delta Clone was revealed, I made a video on it the week before, and I was like, "Let's go!" Like,
that was an easy hype YouTube one, yeah, for sure.
Like some stuff like that, where I was just like, "Dude, that's what I've been saying." The Amato one, like the chapter 75 one, that was one of my favorite. It was just so nice to read that chapter. I was like, "Let's go!" This was everything I wanted. This is one of my happiest.
The only thing with the Kashin Koji thing that like killed the hype in that regard is like,
in between the Jigen fight and the Kashin Koji fight, you get Amado defecting, which is pretty cool, but like also a little bit slow, but also just a straight info dump for like 2 chapters straight. It was only info dump. And then like the Kashin Koji fight was also 3 chapters long, which is like 3 months long, which is crazy, especially interspliced with the Amado stuff. But then especially like the start of the Amado scene, it's just like Ino Shikacho training, which is the #1 thing that I don't want to see in my Boruto manga monthly manga chapters. I don't want to see them training. That was like the start of that.
Mine was cool.
So the
when he just like did the bomb stuff.
Yes, sir. The bomb was really hype.
This might be some of my picks anyway.
No, it was like it was a stupid moment that was like almost purposefully stupid, so that when Amado came, it was like, oh my god, this is insane. It almost felt like that. I don't know. Like it was purposely bad so the next scene could be extra good.
Yeah.
But I think that's everything. So it's 5 hours long. Thanks for watching, everyone. Subscribe. And technically we didn't clickbait, so take that, people that said we were doing that at the beginning.
We planned this.
We knew. It was our contacts, like we were saying before the stream. Yeah. We knew. So
I mean, I was expecting it to be like somewhere between 3 and 10 a.m. I was right. Yeah. It was on the 3 o'clock end.
All right. Well, that being said, we'll be back to you next week or later this week, potentially with Trippy. Who knows? God knows. And maybe Bara or whoever else. And good stream. I like this thing. Subscribe, and we'll be back with
Trippy to do like a freaking chapter review or some shit.
Exactly. Like... Chapter 3 review, which we're doing before Chapter 2 and 1. All right, great. Glad to be here. And over and out, I guess. I will tune in
over and
next
out.
Time. All right.
Trippy says bye.